Colleagues, let's start. It's 10 minutes past 9 o'clock. I think we need to start now. Today we are meeting for the first time physically in 2025. We are meeting with the National Skills Fund to consider a presentation on the responses that they were supposed to give us following meeting with NSF to take us through their answers, and that is why we're here. We had initially scheduled to meet with them on the 6th of December 2024, but because Parliament was rising on the 5th of December, we then decided we will then defer this meeting to a later date, and that is why we're here today. We wrote on time to NSF CO requesting that you submit your presentations last week Friday as the norm. For a meeting on Wednesday, we require entities to submit presentations 5 days before, so that you give members enough time to go through the presentation and prepare for the meeting. You did submit the presentation on time, except that you then changed it yesterday, literally giving members less than 18 hours or so to prepare for this meeting. That can be accepted and acceptable, Acting CEO. When we are going to have a meeting with yourselves, members must prepare. They must go through the presentation that you are presenting and compare it with your previous one. So there's a lot of work that goes into the work that members do. So sending us a presentation of 165, 66 pages a night or a day before, now 18 hours before the meeting is convened, will not be accepted moving forward. If we're not pressed for time, we're even going to suggest that we don't sit with you today, we don't continue with the meeting, because members are now going to ask. They were pressed. Parliament convened around 8 p.m. last night because of the state of the nation. Members got home after 8:30, and they had to go through 165 or 166 pages trying to prepare for this meeting. You are making it extremely difficult for members to do their job. So that can be accepted and acceptable moving forward. So I want to stress it to you that this will be the last time that this happens. We're not going to accept it, especially when NSF knew, when they knew that the meeting would have been convened on the 6th of December. You sent us a presentation, a draft presentation, last week Friday, and then only on the 11th, you then sent a presentation that will be done today. Please, we don't want to be fighting with yourselves. So this will be the last time that that happens, acting CEO. We do have a number of apologies, members. We have an apology of the Minister, Dr. Nkabane, who is attending Cabinet. The apology of Deputy Minister Gondwe, who had prior commitment and cannot be here. We had an apology of the Director General, who is attending a G20 meeting of the Education subcommittee in the G20 with the International Relations and Basic Education. We also have an apology of Member Sihlelonzi of the EFF, who can't be here today. We have an apology of Honorable Khachau, who's not feeling well. An apology of Honorable Governor, who's not feeling well. We have an apology of Honorable Khabo, who will arrive late, running late, Honorable Van der Walt, because of traffic of the Western Cape. We have an apology of we have an apology of Honorable Sihlengubane, who is also running late. We don't have an apology of two members, and I will check with them. Honorable Zondo of IFP, we don't have an apology of Honorable Sauls of PA. We don't know what is the issue there. So I have already opened the meeting, members. Those are the apologies. We are now going to, we don't have an apology of Deputy Minister Manamela. Also, and then I will also check with them why the Deputy Minister is not here, because they've not sent in an apology. The head of office will speak to you, but we don't have an apology. So, CEO, we're going to give to you. We're going to give you an hour to present. I see you have 166 pages, and even though you submitted your presentation late, we'll assume that members would have went through it and made their own notes. So we'll give you an hour. It's 19 minutes past 9 now. So we're going to give you till 20 past 10 to deal with this thing. So acting DG Fuchane, I'll give you, and then you'll give to the CEO, and then we'll proceed. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, and good morning to the honorable members, my colleagues, and from both Parliament's office and the department. Chair, in the interest of time, I am going to be very brief. I just want to highlight that as the department, we really appreciate this invitation, giving a second opportunity on the NSF matter, where we are going to present and detail in terms of the responses to the questions which have been posed by the Honorable Chairperson and honorable members of the committee. Honorable Chairperson, I would like to indicate that there have been some major changes at NSF, particularly in relation to the NSF executive, which has been reconfigured with the new appointments, including the core function, which now has 2 dedicated executive managers, and ICT having been appointed to the NSF to ensure that the digitization and core functions of the NSF are prioritized. Honorable Chair, please also allow me to indicate that in terms of the delegation that is here today, we have a full team from the department, of course noting the apologies which the Chair has already indicated. We have the DDG for Skills Development, which is DDG Mvalo present with us. We have legal services of the department who are present with us. We also have the ICT Director of NSF who's present. Also have the CFO of NSF. This team is being led by the acting CEO of NSF, Ms. Melissa Era. Chair, having said that, I would then like to hand over to Ms. Era so that without further delay from my side, she then takes over in terms of the details and the content of the presentation. We also have a representative, Honorable Chair, from the Office of the Deputy Minister, and the Office of the Director General is also represented. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much. Maybe we must start first by introducing ourselves. I forgotten that part. So let's start in that row, Khabo, then we'll come this way. This way, we'll just move like that. So we'll start there. Khabo.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, colleagues from Department and NSF. My name is Khabu Majani. I'm the Chief Director in the Office of the DG.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Kwena Sianel. I'm from the Legal Service. Thank you.
What are you doing at Legal Service?
I'm Director Legal and Legislative Services responsible for skills and corporate matters.
In the department?
Yes.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members and colleagues from the department. My name is Dumsani Makai. I'm the Director, Legal and Legislative Services for Education Institution in the department. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Bayanda Mzoneli. I'm the Head of Office of the Deputy Minister, Putimana Mela. I'm here on behalf of the Parliamentary Liaison Officer. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members. My name is Anele, so name is Chaza. I am the Director ICT within the National Skills Fund. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Zama Kupega. I'm the CFO at the National Skills Fund. And good morning, colleagues at the department and NSF.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, and to the honorable members and the NSF and DHET colleagues. My name is Melissa Era, and I'm the Acting Chief Executive Officer for the National Skills Fund.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, colleagues, NSF, DHET, and Parliamentary Office. My name is Tembisa Fuchane. I'm the Deputy Director General responsible for Community Education and Training in the Department of Higher Education and Training. And today I'm here representing the Director General, Dr. Sishi. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, esteemed colleagues from the Department, parliamentary officials, as well as Happy New Year, as this is the first occasion for us to be meeting, as alluded earlier by the chairperson. I'm Zugile Christopher Mosheshe Bafom Valo, responsible for skills development in the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, colleagues. My name is David Motlame. I'm the Parliamentary Liaison Officer in the Office of the DG. Thank you.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. I am Tando Kolo Potoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members and everyone in the room. Agnetha Arendse, the researcher for the committee.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Mampahu Mudiba. I'm the Committee Content Advisor.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Desiree van der Walt, and I'm a member of the committee.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Chair. My name is Matlodi Maseko, and I'm the member of the committee.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, all members. My name is Tsepolo. I'm the member of the committee.
Good morning, Chairperson, officials from NSF, officials from the department. My name is Mgobi Msezane. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I'm Tanya Kleinans, Executive Secretary to Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to yourself, honorable members and colleagues. I'm Spoga Zegana, ANC support staff. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the honorable members. My name is Anele Kabingis, and I'm the Committee Secretary.
Thank you very much, CEO.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. In line with the opening, we will ensure that we do go through the presentation in as much within the time allocated. Chair, I must apologize for having submitted the update yesterday. We had some slides from the legal team that we needed to incorporate, which I will flag to the committee as I am presenting. And also to indicate that as we provide the responses, we are clear that we are here to account to the committee in terms of the responses that were submitted and provide a progress report in terms of the specific questions that have been raised by the committee. As a point of departure, Chair, we have already submitted the responses and we've included them in the presentation. And in the interest of time and focus, I will be focusing on key updates which have been captured in the presentation. Then in terms of the first slide, if I can move forward, the first item is regarding the HR vacancies. If I can ask you to move to the updates. What I can indicate is that on the 17th of January, we have undertaken an update in terms of all the vacancies within the National Skills Fund and have reported this to the Accounting Authority and the Minister of Higher Education and Training. We are currently sitting at 37 vacant posts, and these include the one for the NSF Executive Officer post, which will not be managed by the NSF HR. It will be managed through the DHET Corporate Services. The other 36 posts, which are 30 for permanent and 6 for contract, will be processed through the NSF recruitment process, post the ministerial approval, and as required from the DPSA directive, post the ministerial approval, we are required to obtain DPSA concurrence before we advertise. So these posts were processed, the adverts were processed to the Minister for approval. We currently had engagements with DPSA and are waiting for the concurrence. However, we are anticipating that by the end of February, beginning of March is when we would commence with the advertisement of the post and thereafter prioritize the filling of the vacancies. Then, Chair, just in terms of the audit action plan, I'm going to hand over to the CFO in keeping with our time allocation to take us through this item.
Thank you, Acting CEO, and good morning once again, Chairperson and members. Okay, so I will try to be as quick as possible, but also touching on all the important matters. So after receiving the audit report and the management report from the Auditor General, we then developed what we call an AAP methodology, which is an audit action plan methodology and the implementation plan. So after that, then we develop an action plan. So what was important with that is that we covered all the findings that were identified by the Auditor General. The findings in total were about, okay, let me just maybe go back a few steps, just an introduction, so that everyone can be aware in terms of what we've done. So I've spoken about the methodology, I've spoken about the implementation plan, and then the actual audit action plan. So what we did as well, we formed a task team that is tracking all the findings. That task team is reporting on the weekly basis to the CFO, which then the CFO will go to EXCO and senior management meeting to report all the issues. That action plan was also shared with the audit committee. Over and above that, Chairperson, we had a 2-day debrief session where we took almost every employee of the NSF through the process of the AG, as well as the issues that were identified. So the reason we did that is to ensure that everyone at NSF is aware of the issues that are faced by the organization, and also take accountability of whatever issues that have been identified. Subsequent to that, we then met with the AG, where we also discussed the matters that they've identified, all the issues that needed to be improved, and all the areas of concern from both directions. Okay. If I can move to the actual issues. So this slide just speaks to the matters that we identified by the AG. You will recall, Chairperson, that we coming from the disclaimer, and then we received for 2 years, and then we received qualified for almost 3 years. So these are main issues that were emanating from there. When you look at the financial statements, I will just summarize, Chairperson, I won't go through everything. Supporting documentation was the issue. Differences between supporting and financial statement was an issue. Project management issues were also identified. Main issue was around the financial record keeping. When you look at the compliance with legislation, we still had material misstatements, and consequence management was also identified. But obviously, we will also address those issues when we are presenting. Performance information, achievement were not adequately reviewed and agreed to supporting documentation. Then there was also an issue of lack of multipliers in reviewing the information that is submitted for audit. Okay. So in terms of the progress, Chairperson, as I've alluded earlier, we had about 40 findings in total, allocated to financial statements, which were 27, annual performance report, as well as compliance with legislation, which were 2. So, Chairperson, in summary, we have addressed or completed addressing 26 of those findings. I have to note the fact that those 26, some of them, about 17 of those were already finalized during the audit. Then the remainder has been addressed with the exception of 1. And then in terms of performance information, we have covered all the findings. And then in terms of the compliance with legislation, we have covered 1 which relates to policies, but the one that is outstanding relates to consequence management. But I have a slide that specifically speaks to consequence management. In terms of material finding, Chairperson, so here we had about 7 of those. 6 have been completed, and 1 is still outstanding. The one that is still outstanding relates to consequence management. So, Chairperson, you will note that when we are supposed to present on the 6th of December, not much had been covered. But through our effort, I think we were just at the door of finalizing or completing most of the report. So if you were to compare the report that was submitted for the 6th and the report that we have now, substantial ground has been covered. But the one that is remaining relates to determination test that we are performing. Obviously, there are quite a number of challenges because most of these issues are legacy issues, but we have covered some ground in terms of trying to finalize those. Okay. So these slides specifically represent the progress of the issues that we've identified, but I just want to highlight one area which is at the bottom that speaks to the issues that have been identified by the AG. In total, the issues were 22. So we have already covered, we have So there are two folds in these issues, on these issues. The first part relates to issues where we need to make an adjustment on the information that was submitted, and secondly is where we need to go back to the SDPs or skills development providers to obtain information. So that part has been covered. It has been quality reviewed by our quality unit, and then is submitted for audit to the internal auditors. So internal auditors are busy with that, verifying that information. So what we've also agreed on is that the AG will also look at this information just to confirm accuracy and completeness thereof. What is critical here is that we can only complete this exercise once the AG has reviewed and confirmed that whatever that we needed to address has been addressed. Okay. On the right-hand side, this is a progress in terms of the determination test. I have, like I indicated, Chairperson, I have a slide that will speak to this, so I won't spend much time here. Okay. Then, in terms of consequence management, progress on the prior year transactions. So, Chairperson, you will note that it's been 2 years now where we have not identified any irregular expenditure or fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So, in terms of the historic irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful, so we have a balance that has been carried over. So what we've done now, we have moved the loss control function from the legal to the finance unit, and we have appointed the head of the loss control function, who then reports directly to the CFO. Those meetings happen on a weekly basis, Chairperson. So when dealing with the determination test, we also look at what has been covered by the Nexus forensic investigation, which then also covered the material irregularity that was identified by the AG. Okay. So in terms of the progress of the determination test, I think there's just one typo there. It should be, for instance, 442. So it's 40%, 40%, and 20%. 40 completed, 40% in progress, and 20 that has been outstanding. But I'll mention the reasons why some of them are outstanding. Then when we look at irregular expenditure, we have covered quite a ground there. We have completed 75%. 1% that is still in progress, and then 1% that is outstanding. Maybe I'll just spend time in terms of the outstanding. So outstanding is where we have not appointed a service provider, but we are in the progress of doing that. To appoint a service provider that will perform the determination test or investigation, depending on what needs to be done. So in total, for irregular expenditure, we have 1, which is 12%, and then for fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we have 2. Okay. Moving on to the challenges why the determination tests were not done on time. Chairperson, I've indicated that these are legacy matters. They date back few years. So in some instances, it's difficult to retrieve the information, and other, for example, key personnel that were involved are no longer within the department or NSF, so it's difficult to close certain gaps on the information that is required. That is why some of the reports are still outstanding. Another challenge, Chairperson, is that we have limited resources, in particular around the internal audit and loss control function. Loss control function, at the moment, we only have the head. I must say that we have done so much with only one person in that regard. And then delays in obtaining information from the external parties, in particular skills development providers. And then, as I've indicated or alluded earlier, there are delays in procuring some services to perform determination tests. Chairperson, we wanted also to provide some possible mitigation factors or recommendation that we'll implement. So we will proceed in terms of the contract employees so that we can then capacitate internal audit unit as well as loss control function. We want to fast track the procuring of the service providers to do the determination test. Included there, we want to establish a panel of investigators so that we can then make sure we meet the 30-day requirement of the irregular expenditure framework as well as the 90-day. Then, Chairperson, will continue with our regular engagement between myself and the loss control function, just to make sure we fast track all the transactions. We had a workshop where LGRC was making awareness to all employees in terms of what are the applicable legislations that the colleagues needs to be aware of to prevent or detect any suspected irregular expenditure. We also have developed policies around irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, in particular where we need to do what we call a debt write-off. So we have covered that part, and also where we have unknown expenditures, we want to have a policy that will also speak to that. Chairperson, okay, let me just quickly run through the issues that we identified. It will take me less than 30 seconds here. So these are the issues that were raised by the HE. I've alluded to the fact that we have submitted to the HE. So there are to the internal auditors. So there are two folds here. It's either a disagreement or a limitation. So where there's a limitation, we need to go back to the SDP and obtain the information. But where there is a disagreement with the auditors, we need to propose an adjustment to the financial statement. So these are the findings that we have that we identified by the HE and where we are in the progress. So we have submitted to the internal auditors, and in some instances we have recommended the adjustments. Okay. It's the same issue on this one. We speak about submission to the internal auditors. So almost all the findings that were raised have been submitted to the internal auditors for their review. So in total, Chairperson, we had misstatement, which is about 5.3 million. I think about 2 million of those related to limitation and 3 million related to disagreement. But Chairperson, I must emphasize the fact that all the information that was requested has been submitted to the internal auditors for their review. Okay. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm now going to proceed to the responses in relation to the tracking and the monitoring of the skills development programs. When we had responded in December, November of last year, we had indicated that there was no comprehensive project monitoring framework in place, and that we were relying mainly on manual documentation such as Excel spreadsheets as instruments for the project monitoring. And this was very silo and focused on projects and not looking at the entire organizational monitoring and evaluation. What I can indicate as part of the update is that the NSF, supported by a institution, a research partner, undertook the development of the NSF monitoring and evaluation framework from July to October of last year. And this included the capacity building of officials in terms of monitoring and evaluation practices for the NSF, because we needed to ensure that by the time we implement the framework, we have built the capacity within the institution. The Director General, as the accounting authority, after various consultation processes, then approved on the 10th of December the NSF monitoring and evaluation framework, and we have now developed a implementation plan that will look at the institutionalization. In the document pack that we have submitted is the detailed M&E framework, which includes the evaluation, studies that need to be undertaken, research areas, who do we report to, when do we report to them, and the responsible officials. In addition, the Minister has issued instructions around the strengthening of the core function of the NSF, which is the skills development implementation, and we have prioritized the filling of vacancies, particularly at the executive level, because these have been posts that were vacant for an extensive period of time, I think 3 years. And also we have acting chief directors which have now been appointed for the PSET catalytic skills development as well as regional skills development. There is also a terms of reference for the procurement of a project management firm to ensure that we start developing the correct policies, procedures, as well as the automation of our core project management function. And this really becomes a theme throughout the presentation, that while we have submitted to the committee very detailed phases on project monitoring and reporting, the NSF executive, as reconfigured, has identified a number of gaps and inefficiencies and turnaround times that are very lengthy and does require us to have the right skill sets. So that is part of the turnaround, including the organizational structure review to support those initiatives so that we have the right skill sets within the NSF. And this must be supported by a ERP, a digitized automation of the end-to-end of NSF business processes. Manual processing does lead to very lengthy processes just to track a proposal or the status of a project or a learner. These slides, I'm going to pass by them, but just to indicate, these are the templates that are in existence when it comes to the project management and will be part of the policy and template reviews that will be undertaken by the experts in this space. We're anticipating that the appointment of the project management firm to support us in this area could take 10 months in terms of the DHET supply chain management processes. Then in terms of the appointment and payment of skills development providers, I do want to indicate that the NSF, in terms of the Skills Development Act, is required to present the NSF strategic funding framework to the National Skills Authority on an annual basis over a 5-year period in terms of advisory to the minister through the NSA and subsequently the ministerial approval. So NSF developed its first strategic funding framework in 2020, and this was informing how do we obtain proposals, what mechanisms are in place, and the criteria to evaluate the proposals and to monitor the projects. So that strategic funding framework is currently in place and will end in 31st of March 2025. We will need to undertake a review of the strategic funding framework because this will steer the approach in terms of how funding is allocated for the new 5-year strategic period, and that will be presented to the Accounting Authority and the Minister for their consideration, as well as the NSA. Then the slides from slide 34 is a very detailed operational phase presentation from the time a proposal is submitted proactively through a request for proposal or an unsolicited proposal, which is reactive. Maybe if I can indicate, the principle of the phases are built on the premise of a supply chain management approach. So even though these phases have different names, it really is underpinned by the same processes for supply chain management in government. So I'm going to go past these slides, but just to emphasize, it is quite clear that these are very lengthy processes and there are some elements that are critical, and we will need to undertake a review of all these instruments to improve efficiency and responsiveness. We have also identified that the provisions around the power of attorney and the management of payment systems, we are currently on the DHET BAS system. In other words, we do not have a separate payment system. The payments that are made through the NSF are done through the DHET BAS system, and until our ERP system is up and running and secured, only then will the NSF be able to move off the DHET BAS system. We have tasked the CFO to look at the matters of streamlining our banking arrangements with our skills development providers because we have picked up that there are some limitations in that regard. Then in terms of the consequence management, particularly in terms of the nexus forensic investigation, we have also included additional consequence management which has been subsequently identified from September last year. So in the environment on consequence management, I can indicate that we have 10 cases currently that are with the Labor Relations Unit, and these are the specific cases. The CFO spoke about the determination test. We currently have 4 of those, which I will speak to shortly, as well as the project in the Northwest and then the Nexus Forensic. So in terms of the Nexus Forensic, Honorable Chair and Committee, the main pending item was that there was one pending disciplinary hearing for a senior manager that needed to be concluded. The DHET Labor Relations Unit is currently concluding that disciplinary hearing. The sanctions for the other 5 members have been concluded and implemented accordingly for the officials. The further instruction was to ensure that the officials implicated in the report pending the Hawks investigation would be placed within the PSET sector. Various consultations are underway with the officials and institutions that they will be placed at to ensure that the investigation can proceed unhindered. The other matter on the nexus, I can confirm that the Hawks have acknowledged that all information that they have required was submitted in November 2024, including all the relevant affidavits, and the Hawks have commenced with the interviews of the relevant implicated officials. So at this stage, the Hawks have indicated that the investigation is still underway and proceeding. In terms of the determination tests that were related to the irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, these are the 4 determination tests that were completed. As you can note that there are 2 matters that were handed over to the state attorney to recoup the funds from the skills development provider, and it had cleared NSF officials, while there are 2 cases where DHET officials, particularly in supply chain and IT, were issued with written warnings post the disciplinary processes being concluded, and those have been implemented. In terms of the project in the Northwest, I can indicate that the instruction to undertake a labor relations investigation in terms of this project has concluded its report as of last week, with the findings in terms of the bank account being the correct bank account, etc. And this report will then be processed to the Director General with the recommendations to institute charges and to institute processes to recoup the funds. The Hawks have also intervened, and they are currently interviewing officials, and all the evidence has been submitted. What I do want to indicate is that the NSF legal has been engaging with the legal of the skills development provider, and there is confirmation that the learnership training did not take place, and the SDP has indicated that they would return the funds to the NSF in relation to the learnership that was not undertaken. However, the SDP in December had not transferred the funds back. We have now issued them with a letter to enter into a payment plan. And if they fail to, then they would be handed over to the state attorney. And there are other matters on the project related to the first two tranche payments on infrastructure, which are currently undergoing a determination test. Considering all of the legal and investigative matters, our key priority is also to ensure that the learners who were not trained would be placed into programs. So the NSF is implementing a rescue plan for the beneficiaries for this project, and we are engaging with the SDP and other stakeholders within the Northwest to ensure that they have the beneficiaries supported to complete the learnership. In terms of the improvement on the organizational performance, in terms of the predetermined objectives, I do want to indicate that when we presented to the committee in November, the responses, we had indicated 19%, and that is a serious concern. An improvement plan has been drafted in terms of the organizational performance, and this includes the introduction of consequence management based on the lack of improved performance for the entity. We are currently monitoring that improvement plan for performance, but also ensuring that we do not find ourselves wanting at the point of audit. In terms of the ministerial task team that conducted a review of the National Skills Fund, I do want to indicate that these were the slides that were updated yesterday, and mainly in terms of the governance matter. So I'm going to go through these old slides. What we've done is we have incorporated from slide 72, which I will talk through. The first one on the ministerial recommendations is about improving the governance. What I can confirm is that the National Skills Fund has submitted the recommendations as well as the proposed amendments to establish a board for the National Skills Fund as part of the legislative amendments, and these are currently being led by the DHET legal team as part of the legislative program. What I do need to indicate is that there were conditions when the NSF was listed in 2012 by National Treasury, and those conditions have subsequently been submitted up till 2016, and there are currently no pending conditions as per engagement with National Treasury. So the listing as a Schedule 3 entity is in line with the PFMA. In terms of the NSF Constitution and Charter and Advisory Committee, I do want to indicate that there are a number of structures within the NSF which the NSF and DHET Legal will need to review to ensure that the advisory committee recommendation as an interim intervention until the board is appointed is underway with the team. I do want to just indicate that these are the roles that are identified by the ministerial task team in terms of the advisory committee, which the DHET Legal Services will then have to consider as part of their critical analysis to have a charter or constitution. This is the interim measure as indicated just to strengthen the governance, but does not replace the recommendation for the board. That still remains. The matters in the charter would also look at the composition of these committees, their skills, qualification, as well as how they are going to be appointed. And once the relevant consultation is undertaken to approve the constitution and charter, we will then recruit to the committee. The business model and operating model and value chain is lagging, where we do want to indicate this operating model is critical as it informs the structure, the form of the NSF. Are we a wholesale and retail model, or are we a bank, or are we operating like a pay point? So this task is still underway, and we are doing benchmarking. Then the research and labor market recommendations as part of the empirical basis for planning and reporting and accountability. This recommendation is currently being supported through the research partners, through the Department of Higher Education and Training, to ensure that there's no duplication. So for example, when we want to identify occupations in high demand, we do not produce new research. We engage with the occupation in high demand labor market intelligence, which is funded by the NSF to inform our priorities. However, the major matter here to the Honorable Chair and Committee is the organizational structure review has or should cater for this new capacity. And once the relevant processes to approve the structure by the Minister and obtain concurrence from the Minister of Public Service and Administration, will this unit then be established? At this point, Chair, if I can, through you, request that I hand over to the Director ICT just to take us through the ICT and digitization very briefly, and then I will continue with the rest of the presentation. Over to you, Mr. Tothe, through you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Era, and good morning again to the honorable members. Members, automation within the NSF is at the center of the priorities of the new executive members of the NSF. And if I may just give a background on the issue of ICT, NSF has been using the DHET infrastructure for the longest of the time. And one of the key challenges that we're facing is the issue of unavailability of the systems and access to the system that NSF had. So during the appointment of the director, which is me, in 2023, we had to then look at enabling factors or enabling environment for the ICT, because automation cannot happen in isolation with the enabling environment. So within that space, ICT has managed to develop the domain for the NSF, which has hosted now the website for the NSF. NSF has managed to also migrate from the DHET to have its own ICT infrastructure and also having its own cybersecurity framework that deals with enabling security of the systems for the NSF. And Chair, we also had to implement an alternative network, because one of the challenges that the entity has been faced with is unavailability of the network. Each week would have downtime, but that has been rectified by implementing an alternative network. From the head office and all the regional offices, the network has been deployed. And we also looked into the backup. We have enabled backup solution for the NSF systems to ensure that we do not lose any information for the NSF. And Chair, one important area in terms of improving the continuous service improvement for the NSF, we also implemented ITSM, which is looking at resolving and attending all ICT issues that are being faced by the ICT. And we record all those incidents within that. And we then, Chairperson, as indicated by Mrs. Era, look into the business processes. Those business processes have been developed, and then they are the ones that are guiding us in terms of reconfiguring our ERP or enterprise resource solution. That enterprise resource solution, Chair, would then be embedded to the website of the NSF, where now we'll try to address the issues of delays in terms of processing our projects from the inception, registration of the projects until the adjudication. So, Chair, I would also need to highlight that the NSF has been reporting that they are working on appointing a service provider to reconfigure that enterprise resource planning. It has been appointed from last year, November, and we are estimating we've got a timeline of 10 months to ensure that that ERP is live and is launched for the NSF. That will definitely bring, Chairperson, an improvement in terms of the timelines for the NSF to proceed with the operations. And one other area, Chair, which is support structure, we also had DG approving the appointment of the independent ICT steering chairperson, who will at least oversee and guide the implementation of the ICT strategy. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to then move on to stream number 5, recommendations from the ministerial task team. And these matters relate to the human resources and the review of the organizational structure, which does have a linkage to the juristic amendment nature that needed to be considered as part of the SDA. NSF is currently housed within the DHET, PERSAL and HR processes, but there are processes now that we are starting to move with recruitment independently from DHET, so we do not need to wait for them to start advertising. This will be the first independent advert that the NSF will be issuing post-ministerial and DPSA concurrence and approval. The organogram is still, it has been prepared, but there's a number of processes that need to be undertaken. And considering the legacy and history of the NSF, change management is quite a critical element, and engaging with staff through communications, workshops, and adjusting to the new way NSF needs to do work through business processes has been undertaken and will continue. In the November-December report, we were sitting at 28% in terms of progress to implement the MTT. We have now reported a progress of 41% in terms of the MTT recommendations, with a number of items either at consultative stage. These are the detailed implementation plan with the different recommendations and activities and the status, and these are included as part of the pack. In the interest of time, Honorable Chair and Committee, I will not go through those presentations. Then in terms of the infrastructure, this was a matter that had been raised as well by the committee. I must emphasize that the NSF is not receiving an allocation from the DHET Infrastructure Program 2. The NSF is currently allocated 2.8 billion from its levy allocation and is currently managing the 13 campuses through the infrastructure budget. And this is currently to date, the NSF has expended 2.2 billion in terms of the commitment, and this has resulted in the 11 sites that have been completed and handed over, and the various openings have taken place, and this has contributed to increasing access within these specific TVET campuses. There is a balance remaining of 589 million, and this is subject to the 4 sites, the 4 sub-projects as identified, with 2 of them having challenges in terms of appointment of service providers, infrastructure providers to complete the work and complete the infrastructure. We are currently engaging with the DHET in terms of these 4 sites. And these are the main issues that are currently underpinning those 4 remaining infrastructure projects. Once these are completed, the infrastructure projects will be transferred back to DHET as an asset, and that will then conclude these 2, this infrastructure. So I must emphasize, we do not receive any funding from the NSF as a fiscal allocation when it comes to infrastructure. Then in terms of the questions that were raised by the Honorable Chair and the committee, I do want to indicate I might not repeat what has already been presented in the interest of time, but just focus on key updates in relation to our performance and our failure to meet targets in terms of performance. So for question 1, I do want to indicate we did give you quite a lengthy explanation regarding the consequence management process. However, I must indicate that the EXCO has identified that the performance agreements of the officials are very generic and need to be revised. And this is to strengthen the alignment to the performance objectives and targets, and therefore support the implementation of any improvement and alignment, including consequence management. We have also commenced with the identification of various counseling, performance improvement plans, as well as issuing various warnings in relation to the audit action plan where there is not performance, or in terms of the organizational performance plan itself. In terms of the learner dropouts and the research unit, Chair, I do want to indicate that we have responded to this matter in terms of consequence management and the research unit in our previous response above. In terms of the dropout of the learners, this is a serious concern, and the update currently is that we have engaged with Higher Health to ensure that any NSF-funded projects and their beneficiaries are supported by the Higher Health to ensure that they are supported during their period of learning. We have also, as part of the research agenda, identified that we need to trace and engage and do interactive monitoring and interviews with the beneficiaries. There are also some learners that have been reported as dropouts, but in actual fact, they have reported that they have been appointed into a position, and therefore they have taken up employment opportunities. This is a matter that the NSF EXCO is focused on addressing, because these are the beneficiaries that we need to support. Then in terms of the recouping of the funds, I have in the previous responses outlined on consequence management that subject to the determination test, there are 3 layers in terms of the recouping of funds. It's either the funds are recouped through the SDP, and these matters are handled through the legal and state attorney, and also the consequence management of NSF officials based on the outcome of disciplinary hearing, then the recouping of the funds, there is a process in place. I also need to indicate that there are processes around restriction, which I will come to at the next questions. Then in terms of the registration of learners, what we have done as part of the update, the legal services has identified that while it does take 14 days to 21 days for learners to be registered by accredited SDPs, we do want to indicate that we've engaged with the MICT so that we can look at the digital avenues in terms of speeding up the registration and the commencement of the project. Then in terms of the backlog of printing, similarly, we've engaged the Quality Council for Trade and Occupations as the custodian for occupational qualifications to assist us in the fast tracking of certification as the quality assurance body, and also to ensure that at the time of the first tranche payment being made, that the learners are registered, and this is built into the memorandum of agreement with the skills development provider and NSF. Then in terms of the backlogs, Chair, there is interventions that have been put in place with DHET as well as the QCTO. The interim feedback, which is subject to internal audit, is that we are now seeing a reduction in the number of pending certificates backlog for occupational qualifications because of those two interventions. So this is work in progress, and that collaboration with QCTO and the CETAs is critical and supporting us in terms of making sure learners get their certificates. Then in terms of the initiation capacity, I have alluded to in the earlier slides around the interventions around skills development implementation, around vacancies, the organizational structure review as being critical in building that capacity. But as indicated, bringing in the relevant project management firm to also assist in these processes to speed up proposals. Then in terms of question 9, this has already been presented by the CFO in terms of poor audit outcomes. So I will not be going through these slides. We have already covered them previously. Then in terms of the DHET independence and human resource capacity, my colleague from ICT has already indicated the processes underway in terms of the DG as the accounting authority approving the independence of the ICT and HR from the department, and we are starting to realize some of these improvements in terms of how we will advertise, but also that we are no longer experiencing downtime in the ICT environment as previously reported. These are the slides detailing the service providers appointed for cybersecurity and ERP. We have the ERP provider appointed for 3 years to reconfigure the NSF ERP that's in place and that needs to be updated. But we also do understand, as a financial institution, we need to ensure that the cybersecurity environment is in place and secure. So these go hand in hand. We have worked with CETA because we needed an additional layer of ensuring that these providers have experience in doing this type of work, not just depending on a supply chain management process. So CETA has not procured these providers, nor are they developing the system, but these are the vetted providers by CETA in terms of work that they've done previously. These are just the details around the ERP and the timeframes which Mr. Tkaza has already spoken to. In terms of question 11 and 12 around the investigations, the CFO has already presented the progress report around the irregular expenditure, specifically the conclusion of the determination test. There is one major determination test that will be concluded at the end of February, and that's going to be dealing with 1.2 billion, 1.3 billion as part of the determination testing, which can significantly reduce the register in that regard. So I won't go through these slides again. The CFO has gone through them. Then in terms of the project management unit, Honorable Committee, we have discussed these as part of the opening slides about ensuring the review of the project management environment. The Minister and the DG have been very clear to the NSF executive that the core function of project monitoring of skills development and supporting beneficiaries must be central to our priorities as an entity. And I have outlined these interventions that have been adopted, and management is being monitored weekly in terms of these specific interventions. Then in terms of the restriction, for question 14, we do have a restriction policy that has been approved, and to date we have 2 companies, including their directors, that have been blacklisted by the National Skills Fund. The current cases from the forensic and the related investigations, once the investigation reports are concluded, they will be tabled to the restriction committee in terms of then finalizing the recommendations. They have already been reported to the restriction committee, but they are pending the investigation reports to be tabled. Then in terms of the disciplinary and the placement policy, I do want to indicate that the DHET Labor Relations Unit is undertaking the work in relation to the Nexus forensic report, and the indication is that there is prescripts within the Public Service Act Section 14, which then provides for the transfer and placement of the relevant officials in terms of the Nexus forensic investigation. And as alluded to earlier, there are current processes and consultation underway, and placements have been identified within the system to ensure that the officials can continue to operate and work within the PSET sector, but not within the DHET and NSF. In terms of the 90-day rule, the Labor Relations Unit at DHET has indicated to the NSF that in terms of the lapsing of the 90-day rule, that there is no disciplinary hearing that has lapsed, and the colleagues are part of the meeting and should be able to clarify, but based on their response, there is no case that has lapsed based on the 90-day rule. In terms of the MTT for question 14, we have already dealt with this as part of the MTT report, so I will proceed on to question 18, and this is to indicate the proposal and initiation function. Honorable Chair and Committee, the reality is that there are 2 issues here around new proposals, because with the 7th administration and the approval of the medium-term development plan, it is very critical that proposals that are submitted are now in line with these priorities. So we have been instructed to undertake a review of all the historical proposals submitted to the NSF, as well as the outdated requests for proposals, to conclude those matters. In summary, there is a lot that needs to be done around the streamlining of proposals. What we have identified as the NSF EXCO is that there are some proposals that are sitting for more than 18 months that have not been concluded. And now those have subsequently lapsed from 6th administration into the 7th administration. So these are the detailed processes. Although we do have a more detailed document around the standard operating procedures. Then in terms of the consequence management policy, this is to indicate that we have now commenced with the process of undertaking the consequence management policy review, as alluded to earlier, based on the HR becoming more established within NSF. These are some of the areas around consequence management that is being revised from a policy point of view, and we have commenced to have workshops with all staff in the NSF around consequence management. It has not been one of those key priorities in the entity until 2024. I won't go through the details of the consequence management, it has been discussed. And then in terms of the the learners receiving their stipends, the analysis is indicating that it would take 15 days on average for projects to transfer payments from the SDP to the payment of the beneficiaries, subject to the learner's attendance to class, because that is critical. And then, as indicated earlier, we have requested that the CFO and the finance team undertake a review of the payment systems as part of the finance management as well as the project management financial payment. Then the executive officer post being vacant for 2 years, the DHET corporate who is leading the process, this is not being led by DHET, has indicated that the job evaluation for the post has been concluded and submitted to DPSA, and they are currently busy with the preparation of the advertisement, and thereafter the processes regarding the recruitment of the executive officer will then be prioritized. Apologies. I then want to indicate question 22. We still rely on manual systems, and our director for ICT has already spoken to this, so I will not go through that in detail. In terms of the action taken against service providers that delay the submission of learner information, as alluded to, I just want to summarize that consequence management and non-compliance is issued from our project manager, project managers, as well as the legal unit, which is, I'm just summarizing these slides, in terms of any SDP that is not complying with the provisions of the contract with NSF. Then in terms of the project in the Northwest, I have already spoken to this particular item previously, and then to indicate that the question 25 around the ICT has already been addressed by the Director ICT as part of the MTT implementation. Chair, Honorable Chair and Honorable Committee, that brings me to the end of the NSF presentation. There is just one item I wanted to allude to. The AGSA engaged with the National Skills Fund last week around the material irregularity. We have been requested to submit a progress report regarding the consequence management processes for the material irregularity, and through the Accounting Authority we have submitted an updated progress report to the Auditor General on the 7th of February. There are 3 disciplinary hearings underway in the case of the material irregularity, and those are due to complete by the end of March, and then the subsequent outcome of the disciplinary will then be communicated and implemented. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and to the Honorable Committee.
Thank you very much, Acting DG. Are you fine? Are you okay? You're fine.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. That covers the presentation for today, Honorable Chair and honorable members.
Thank you very much, colleagues from NSF and the department. Members are now going to ask you questions. And when they ask you questions, I want you to assume they already know the answer to those questions. So what I'm asking you is that you must attempt to be as truthful, as honest as you can. Because there are some parts of your presentation that don't make sense. Maybe before I give members, I'm going to note them now. I would like you to answer me this on slide 166. I'll ask my questions later, but on slide 166 of your presentation, what are you saying? Are you saying NSF paid funds into the bank account? And I'm asking for the second time, I asked this last time, to the bank account, the business account of Mediro Investments, or they paid into the Mediro NSF interest-bearing account? I'm asking these questions for the second time. I asked it last year, so, because I don't understand. You're not, yeah, you are just, I don't know what you're saying, but you are not speaking English. So I'm asking you, explain, where did NSF pay the two tranches? I think one around 11 million and one around 5 point something million. Where did NSF, CFO, answer us here? Answer, CFO.
All right. So, Chairperson, as we alluded, the investigation are still ongoing around this, but we can confirm the fact that the first tranche and second tranche were paid in business account. That business account was verified through National Treasury. Then, subsequent to that, Mediro was requested to open an interest-bearing account, which then the funds were transferred to that one. So that is a long and short answer, but the investigation are still ongoing to deal with the matter. Thank you.
Okay, so CFO, what is the process of paying the first tranche and the second tranche? So you are saying now to us that NSF paid the two tranches before the NSF Mediro interest-bearing account could be opened. That's what you're saying to us.
Okay, so Chairperson, Mediro is not an only isolated incident. So some entities from the rural areas will have business accounts, but because we want the project to resume, we will pay, but then advise them to say, please open the interest-bearing account. So this is what happened with Mediro, but that's an initial investigation that we've confirmed. But at the end of the day, we can confirm the fact that after paid to a bank account, to a business account, it was then transferred to the interest-bearing account. So I want to emphasize the fact that it is not an only isolated incident. It has happened before, but the others had never had problems. Only Mediro that we are aware that had a problem.
Okay, CFO. So you are now saying it is true that you paid into Mediro's business account, not into an NSF Mediro interest-bearing account. Because last year we asked you this question, and you guys said to us in the meeting, it's not true. We transferred the money into the interest-bearing account with NSF and Mediro. So today you are saying to us, you have paid, you are confirming that you have paid into the wrong account. That's what you are saying.
Okay. Chairperson, I want to answer you respectfully. Remember, the issue was not about the bank account. It was not about Mediro when I answered the question, which was at the scope.
CFO.
Can I finish?
CFO, we're not joking here.
Okay.
The issue was about Mediro because there was an article on a Sunday newspaper that weekend. We asked you, it was on the 16th of October. We have the minutes. When we prepare for these meetings, we don't joke. So don't come here and tell us things that you think you are assuming there. We're telling you it was about Mediro. We asked you this question specifically. So don't tell us about it was not about Mediro. It was about it. We asked that question. It was on the 16th of October. So don't tell us things that you are assuming. Answer the question.
All right, Chairperson, let me just give a history in terms of the interest bearing. So I attended scope. They then asked, we're talking about the interest, to say how to do record. Can I build up the answer so that I can answer you?
We asked you a question in
Yes.
the portfolio committee meeting. It was not a scope question. We asked you in the portfolio committee. So don't tell us what you said at scope.
Okay.
Tell
So-
us what you said in the committee meeting.
So what I said in the committee meeting was the investigation is still gonna be carried to determine whether it was paid in a business account or interest bearing. So now we are coming back to provide the feedback to say that.
So-
We can now confirm that it was paid in a business account and subsequently transferred to interest bearing.
CFO, so if we play here the recording of that thing, it will not show to us what you are saying. It will say to us, you said you don't know. That's what you are saying. You are still going to do an investigation. If we play the recording, especially when you answered on this thing, when you said it is not true, are you saying you will be, we will not have such a thing? That's what you are saying to us.
Okay, at least from my mouth, Chairperson, I did not say that. Thank you.
So the recording will be a lie if it says that you paid into the interest bearing as NSF.
So, as I've indicated, Chairperson, I did not say that. All I said on my side is that we have an MOA which says we need to pay on an interest-bearing account.
CEO, acting CEO, what is your answer to that thing?
Okay, thanks, Honorable Chair. In terms of the Madirwe matter, when the NSF presented at the hearing of the Portfolio Committee on this matter, the Acting Skills Development Chief Director had reported at that point in time that the funds had been transferred into the correct account. I had then reported to say that I would want it to undergo an investigation, and the accounting authority had then instituted that investigation to confirm that amount. The CFO had indicated in the hearing that based on the feedback from the acting chief director, which oversees the project, that they had transferred it into the interest-bearing account. So, Chair, what we are saying to you now is at this point, based on the investigation and the actual evidence as indicated by the CFO, the funds were transferred into the Madirwe banking account and not into an interest-bearing account as reported. And this is based on the investigation findings and the evidence that we have now put together, and that's part of the report. In addition, we have also collected responses from the SDP in this particular case with their supporting information to corroborate what had been reported incorrectly to the committee last year, Chair. Thank you.
So you confirm, CEO, that the response that NSF gave to us on the 16th of October were not true?
Correct, Chair.
Okay. CFO, when was the first tranche and the second tranche sent to that business account?
Unfortunately, Chairperson, I do not have the details with me here, but obviously that can be submitted to you.
When was the activation done of the contract?
Chairperson, I do not have those details. I don't deal with the contract directly with the SDPs.
So you don't know? So you don't know? CFO?
Yes, Chairperson, I do not know because I do not have the details in front of me. I don't deal with those matters. Thank you.
Okay. So let me just tell you, because I know CFO. So the first tranche was paid on the 7th of July, 2023. The second tranche was paid in December. Let me get the date for you, because I don't want us to joke here. You know, we've told you before, we don't want to, we're not joking here. I'll tell you the second. It was in December 2023. I think it was around, can't get, but around the 5th of December, 2023. And CFO, it's not true that at the time you did not have the details of the interest-bearing account, because it was sent to you when the contract was activated, before July, long before July. They had sent a letter to you, bank confirmation letter, in March 2023, long before July. So you come here and you want to lie to us. That's what irritates me. I said to you when we started, when we ask you a question, assume that we know. You come here and you are lying to us. We'll come back to this part, Mema Seko, because I don't want, you are irritating us because you are lying to us. Mema Seko.
Thank you very much. Chair, maybe on that note, I'm interested because the CFO indicated this is not a unique scenario. And I'm a little bit worried of that implication, because it's a wrong, and what you are saying is, CEO, in your investigation, you did find out there are more companies that there was direct payment, and how many were they? And who was responsible in transferring that if the CFO doesn't know about that? And maybe if also you can share with us that, when did the Treasury, when did they confirm with National Treasury the bank account of Midire? Because the confirmation has to come. So in your investigation, what was the process? And lash into the other companies that you say is not unique, the direct payments were happening all the time, and maybe take us in confidence of from which year that was happening until Midire was discovered by the media. Thank you, Chair. Or must I answer all the questions on this one? On this one, okay.
Who did you ask the question to?
There is the one of the Treasury, CFO will have to respond in the Treasury for confirmation of the account. And the CEO, because you highlighted there, the investigation is where you found out about the Midire. How many companies are involved, which are those companies, because, and also, in a way, also the CFO, because you said it's not unique, you will have to share with us that what did you discover also.
Okay, Honorable Chair, if CFO can start, and then I will deal with the follow-up and all the other questions.
Okay, so maybe I'll start with the process when we have to disperse funds to the skills development provider. So after all the process has been done, then the question will be, where will we pay the funds? Then what will happen is this SDP will provide us with a bank account. So that bank account is then sent to National Treasury for verification. Once that is done, the Treasury has confirmed that this is a valid bank account, then the funds will be transferred. So the issue of interest bearing, it should start at the beginning according to our processes. But unfortunately, some of the institutions will not have those. The interest bearing. That's where we will then engage them further and say, do you have an interest bearing? If you do not have, can you then provide us, or can you start the process of opening that bank account? But then the project will have then started using the very bank account that has been provided, which is not interest bearing. Then what will happen later is that the funds then will be transferred to the interest bearing account. But what we have done now is that we want to have a streamlined process on that, because we have identified the risk, which of course the honorable members have identified as well, to say we need to streamline the process and ensure that before we engage the entity. In fact, we are planning, I think in one of the responses there, we said we are starting the process where we are engaging all the banks, because banks have different processes, in particular, which is linked to the power of attorney. Because the problem that we are encountering is that once there are issues, we are unable to view the bank statement of the, for example, of the interest bearing or of the business account. So we don't know what are the activities, and we cannot stop what is happening there. So what we have done now is that we want to engage all the banks and find a product that will specifically suit the interest of the NSF. So that process is, we recently started, because we want to establish what is the extent of the issues that are there. So when it comes to your question to say when did this started, one will not have the answer now, but we can clearly provide the answers, Chairperson. Thank you.
So CFO, you are saying NSF does not have a process. It's on an ad hoc basis. So it depends on whether the company is urban or rural, or whether they want to open or they don't want to open an interest bearing. That's what you are saying to us.
I'm saying, Chairperson, so it goes, we do have an MOA that explain, we have an SOP that explain. But in some instances, so it means the project will be put on hold if we do not pay the bank. So if we do not pay, I mean the amount that is requested. So therefore it means the project would not start. So one of the processes was to say, okay, because they have a bank account, let's verify with National Treasury, and then if it's a valid bank account, then we make the payment. So we do have an SOP, we do have an MOA that guides us there.
What does it say?
It says the payment needs to be made on an interest-bearing account transaction.
Sure. When it's not paid there, what is the recourse?
Maybe that is part of the investigation that will determine, and then we can then take action against those who allow that.
When will this investigation happen and end?
Maybe the CEO will then indicate when it will end. The CEO will indicate when it will end. But I know that we received letters to assist with the investigation, which has already started.
Okay, so in this case, you paid the first tranche in July. You are saying to us, the service provider, what is this, Midiro Investment, did not give you an interest, did not open an NSF Midiro interest bearing, because in December, you paid the second tranche to the same account. That's what you're saying.
Chairperson, can I allow the CEO to answer that? Thanks.
CEO.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. So to indicate firstly that the investigation report, as I indicated earlier, concluded last week. They had 60 days from the time that the accounting authority approved the investigation. That report was concluded. It is now in the process of having to be reported for implementation. There are recommendations in the report which I have seen, and these relate to the issue that the honorable member is raising about how many other companies have been receiving direct payment. So part of those instructions is to undertake a complete analysis of all the contracts with the NSF through the finance unit to identify all the skills development providers that would have received direct payment. Also to identify which of these are not interest-bearing accounts based on the MOA. And based on that, there will be further processes that will be implemented. So in terms of so at this point in time, the implementation and that analysis, Honorable Member, is not yet in place. It is part of the recommendations from that investigative report. And my plan is to have that within two working weeks for us to have that analysis, because we do have the contracts, we do have the payment system, so we will be able to then verify that and put the report together. And this project has highlighted a number of issues that the NSF Executive and Accounting Authority need to attend to. And part of that is the reconfiguration of its payment system, including, I can indicate to you, I've also engaged with the banks as though I'm an SDP. It is a complex process to open up an interest-bearing account. It's even more complex when you are having to do transactions from an interest-bearing account, which will then have impact on implementation. So hence the instruction to the CFO in terms of a review with the banks on the power of attorney and how bank accounts are opened up with our SDP so that we can improve the financial payment and reporting oversight. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, you see, CEO, when we answer, you must not tell us why you are not following process. You must tell us this is the process that we're supposed to follow. Now you are telling us it's very difficult to transact there. So you have your own, it's you who it's your entity who put up these regulations. Now the member is asking you a question. You are now saying we don't think these regulations we have put are conducive for business. That's what you are saying now. Because it's difficult to transact here, to do this. You are now telling us a problem or an excuse of why you are not following processes. When you have rules, they are meant to be there for a reason. And you'll see, you know at NSF, you guys don't follow any rules. Because you'll see with other questions that will come from members, that actually this is your modus of, you don't follow any rules. They are just there, and that is why AG is always going to have a problem with you, because you put up rules here and say, this is what, you know, when you go to school, you must start by getting off the bed, by taking a shower, brushing your teeth, putting on a uniform, and take a bus to school. Those are the rules. You are saying, because we're always late, I'll get off the bed and take on my uniform, and then I'll bath when I come back, because it's convenient. That's what you are saying to us. And it does not work like that, unfortunately. Honorable, I'll give you your follow-up. Honorable van der Walt.
Well, just on this issue, Chairperson, when you opened the meeting today, you spoke about getting stuff late, and I don't want to generalize, but there is many of us that prepare very well. I mean, I've just read the Nexus report again before today, and it always to me, why do people come with late editions? First of all, you said we are busy, maybe we won't read, maybe it's to cover up, maybe to spin something. I mean, we do have spin doctors all over lately in government. But to me, it actually angers us. It really does. Because, we've got lots of committees and lots of work and lots of legislation, which is our duty. So if I listen, and I think I said it at that one meeting, in very simple terms, most people in this country, including government officials, have never seen 100 million rand in cash together. Yet, our system gives a project 100-odd million rand, somewhere at once, or 46 million in this case, plus a second tranche. So, surely, if I build or develop a property of, 10 million rand, the bank's not going to give me 10 million rand. They're going to give it to me in stages. The inspection must be done on the foundation, then this, then this, then this, then this. So why are we having this complicated system in government? I'll tell you why, Chair. It's not our money, so we don't care. And we don't monitor. This project and many others, you couldn't even find them in the Nexus report. Remember, it was only for a short period of time. You couldn't even find some of that projects on a GPS. So how are we going to get back millions that we've given to people? We're not going to get it back. And the first question we should ask in the department, whose money was it? It is not Madirwe's money. It's actually taxpayers' money to government to empower young people or people in specific scarce skills to put them in the job market so that our economy can grow. And we have lost millions. And Chair, this example, as Honourable Matluri just said, it's one of many. And the thing is, we sort of come here and now we're going to fix things. Why on earth did it happen? And since the Nexus report, Chairperson, these examples, up till to date, trust me, Chair, that's why we've asked the President to gazette another SRU investigation. It's because there are more. This is just the start. And that is very concerning. So when we come here in layman's term, you can read as much as you want of that. There are certain things you highlight, which is wrong. And I don't care who the official is, who the project manager is, we must stop this thing. And later in my other questions, I'll tell you why we want our documents in time, because some of us go further than just that document. Thank you, Chair.
Thank
There was no question.
Yeah.
The question is not really, it's to point out that we sit here and we read 166 pages during the night and the previous documents which we received on time. Then you go to appropriations and SCOPA reports, Nexus report, blah, 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 the whole night. And then you come here. I mean, are people blacklisted? And I also want to say, this investigation, look at the years of these projects. Who's in jail? Who is in jail?
Chair, thank you very
Yeah,
much.
there was no question, Honorable Masego.
Thank you very much. So again, Chair, like you tried to clarify my question. You have the system that is in place. And like as the CFO was unpacking the system of where there is the interest-bearing account, what will happen. So that means you know what is happening within the NSF when coming to the situations like that. Now, the question that I was asking, it's not about, and I tend to believe that you got the questions that you were asking before we come for the second time around about the same issue. How many companies are there? You don't know how many are there as we speak now. And you still have one that you are doing investigation that has been going on for quite some time. I will take that. But I just want to find out, for the investigations that you were doing, CEO, the mandate of NSF hasn't changed for quite some time. And then this is the procedure that we've been following all the time, where you identify the hiccups. And I tend to believe the members, they don't want to be part of the listening to the problems of NSF. Responsibilities with you to say, how do we go about to have the solutions? The audit outcome shows the generic problems in NSF. It's not like on a yearly basis, on a financial year, you get the new ones. And you got the responsibility to an extent of even advising. And I'm not selling short the department also of they've got an escape clause in that. Because if you've got the AG that is identifying generic problems in an entity, surely sitting down and not coming to respond to us and say, I will tell you, the famous words that NSF use. There is a slide, I think the slide of the post, you say, it was revealed that a total of 37 posts. You've been there, you know there are. Who revealed the 37 from you? Because you should be knowing that there are 37 posts that are not filled. And then you have another one that you say, a research. And you address us nicely and say that, you identify the root cause, and there is a methodology, and there is the implementation plan. But when coming to this one that we really engaged for quite some time about the payments, you sort of deviate from the gospel you were giving us, the Bible, that you work with the identifying root cause, methodology, and implementation plan. Because now what we are saying to you is, how do you fix this? But you are saying to us, when I listen, it's normal that we will deviate and pay directly. An investigation will go on of the investigation. This is one investigation, there's another investigation that are going to happen. So, Chair, I'm not going to waste your time. We will have to, maybe I suggest that we get the SIU for investigations, because this is just not one company, and there are more that are happening that way, so that, and also a request of the letter from the Treasury that approved the bank, the direct payment of the bank account that they're saying Treasury gave a green light about it, so that we can continue with the other questions on the other issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Law.
No, thanks, Chair. I think Mama Sako has closed the matter with regard to this. And on the same breath, I wanted to pose a question on regarding trenches. And then maybe we should go to slide 38. I don't know if I'll be allowed. Because we must explain to the NSF and the department today to say, the reason we've got the president to announce on major upskilling and skills development, it is not for him to implement the program. It is for you as an entity to play your part and make sure that as we go next year to another state of the nation, we bring progress report on how we have impacted and how are assisting to ease the burden of unemployment through skills development program that you're offering as NSF. Now today we're sitting here, we're discussing the nitty-gritties and the internal controls and the discrepancies that are not taking us into how do we impact the lives of our youth. My first concern I want to raise with you, I'm not happy for the fact that we are going corner to post and pillar to post with regard to issues where we are governed by the PFMA, we are governed by the policies, we are governed by knowing how we should operate on various departments. Now, we know that you pay the first tranche immediately when you have processed documentation of a particular service provider upon successful manual contracting. Now, I'm taking you back to this issue. Where instances where the NSF has paid the first tranche payment and the service provider hasn't registered learners, what is the recourse? Or what policy do you utilize? Or what guidance do you have, or that give you directive to say, this service provider hasn't done this, we're going to apply this particular guidelines or policy. And we're going to make sure that we recoup, we recover, and we do not proceed with any payments up until that learners are registered and we're able to proceed with the project. I want to get there so that I understand, do we have a process that guides you, that say after we have paid the first tranche and we've manually processed our documents, in the second step, what becomes your monitoring and evaluation tool that says to you, before you pay, you are satisfied that you are going to the second tranche, you are going to have to pay in this way. I want to check what guides you in terms of that. There's one of the account, I remember vividly, Chair, when you asked about it. So I'm asking this, I'll come to say why I asked this question in this fashion. Thanks, Chair.
CEO, lead your team.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So in terms of Honorable Low's question, the tranche payment, the first tranche payment is treated as a developmental payment. It's for the setup costs. So the SDPs have to, if it's a learner contract, is going to then have to make provision for the tools, making sure there's a classroom and all the facilities. So the SDPs then do the planning phase as part of tranche 1. So the NSF, this has been the historical practice in the NSF, where they pay the first tranche payment based on the checklist. There is a checklist, as alluded to in the process above, which then says the SDP has to provide specific information. For example, the bank account is one of them. They also have to indicate, based on their planning process, whether the training facility is ready, if they have student accommodation, is it ready? So these are all the checklists that the fund manager as well as the project manager in the NSF have to check as part of the tranche 1 payment. Once, in the case when SDP during this period recruits a learner, they must start recruitment. They will interview the learners, they will then prepare a learner contract, because the learnership regulations require that we have a learner contract as part of the evidence we give to the AGSA. So that learner contract is what they need to conclude within that first tranche period. Now, in the event that the learner does not complete a learner contract, this will then be part of what the project management team goes to verify. They go out on site, they are supposed to engage with the SDP to say, you were supposed to do planning and setup for the project, hence we gave you the payment for tranche 1. Now we are coming to tranche 2. Before we pay you tranche 2, have you recruited learners? Was your process fair, transparent? Do you have the learner contract, as well as a number of other criteria that they need to verify from the project managers? Now, at the project site, once that happens, if they find that there's a learner contract not in place, then the project manager would engage with the SDP to say, we will not process tranche payment number 2 unless you then ensure you address this learner contract, missing information, ID, etc. The provider is then given a period of time to rectify that. So they're given 10 days, dependent on the number. It could be 1,000 learners or 1. So the time frame is based on the magnitude. Then what happens let me come closer. Then what happens is, if the SDP does not comply by submitting the learner contract, for example, the project manager then issues them with a non-compliance, a written non-compliance letter to say you have not complied with the provisions of the MOA, we will not be able to process the tranche payment. This process then sets out time frames. After the second non-compliance, the matter is then handed over from the project manager to the directorate legal for them to start implementing legal processes. And normally this is a legal letter that's drafted to say, we have given you time, we've issued you with a non-compliance as per section 7 or 17 of the MOA, because the MOA outlines those consequence management, and then they are given a period to remedy it. If these processes with legal are not concluded, If there's no response from the SDP, there's no change, they're not submitting, then legal recommends that the contract be cancelled and that the SDP then recoups the funds. If the SDP does respond to say, yes, you gave us these non-compliance letters, we have not responded, but now we've got your letter of demand, we are hereby submitting the outstanding information. Then the project manager will be given back the evidence and the file to say the SDP has now complied, we have confirmed that they have now submitted. Then the project manager will then undertake an analysis, and only at that point will the next tranche payment be made. That is the process in terms of the approved SOP. Thanks.
Yeah, CEO. So you do have a process, very comprehensive. Why are you not following it? This comprehensive process that we're talking about, why are you not following it? Please help us, CEO.
Honorable Chair, in terms of the various investigations that are underway, you are outlining that these processes, even though they are approved, are not being complied with. And it is potentially because there are officials that are not complying maliciously, or because there is processes that have not been workshopped or shared. There are various reasons, but I don't want to unpack all of them. All I'm trying to indicate is that based on the reports that I'm seeing, I can't even argue the point. There is areas of non-compliance, but there are also projects that I'm finding where there is compliance. I've seen non-compliance letters issued. I've seen the legal unit issues letters of demand. I've seen SDPs reply. So the need for implementing and building consequence management needs to be embedded in the institution. So Chair, last year, the Legal Governance, Risk and Compliance Unit were instructed to host a workshop where we took all officials through every contract, every policy that's approved, the consequence management process if an SDP is not complying, and we labeled that workshop, Get It Right the First Time. Some of the feedback I've been receiving is it's a developmental project, so historically we were allowed to make payments because they are developmental, which those issues, Chair, has led to some of the deviation. So I just wanted to indicate that there are those projects that are complying. I have seen those letters, but there's also a need to create a compliance culture within the NSF. Thanks.
Yeah, you know, CEO, you can hold 50,000 workshops at NSF. You'll not get it right, because you guys are trying to cure a different disease with a different or an unrelated medication. The problem there, if you don't get it now, you'll never get it. The problem there is not lack of knowledge. You colleagues who work there, you know what you must do, all of you. But you, all of you, you don't do what you must do, because there's a culture there of impunity, a culture of people who are not held accountable. There's that culture. We will get to your consequence management very soon, and we'll show you why all of these things are not going to get right. Because we told you even in October that you give a person a suspension letter with full pay. They stay at home for 2 years. You have not charged them. You have not started a process to discipline them. 2 years full pay, nothing happens in your organization. And you think myself who's remaining there is going to feel threatened by that thing. Then you come back, you give us a report and tell us, no, because of 90 days, we had to return those people back to the department, but we are placing them somewhere. Because we have asked the question, give us a feedback. You then say, no, I'm placing them somewhere in the department. And then you think you are going to get rid of the culture. There's no discipline. I've seen your presentations on discipline. There's no discipline at tennis. And when we get to that, I'm going to get to them. Now I still have questions. I know Honorable Maseko says we must give up. I'm not. Because I want you to respond to those things. That report that you want to give us, it's a watered down something that doesn't make sense. And when I started, I said to you, when we ask you a question, assume that we know the answer. And the CFO literally lied to us here. Because we have that clip that what you said in that meeting of the 16th, our meetings are recorded for a reason, colleagues. You say one thing there, we ask you twice there, and I told you, you are lying to us. Now you come back. In fact, even if we can give you the answers that you gave us, or the presentation that you gave, or before the presentation, the answers that you gave us after the meeting of the 16th, you still lied. That's why I said we want you to come and explain them to us in this format. Because you colleagues think that somehow these members don't read, or they are stupid, or they forget. I don't know what's wrong with you. I honestly do not understand what is wrong with you. You know NSF, DDGs. NSF is created for a specific purpose. To skill, reskill, and upskill our people so that they can be competitive in the workplace. What has been turned, what NSF has been turned into, it's not why it was created. And you look at our colleagues who are working there, you ask them a simple question. You can tell we don't have an idea of why we have this. You know how many, the extended definition of unemployment in South Africa is huge amongst young people. And NSF should play a critical role in making sure that those young people who do not have the required skills to participate meaningfully in the mainstream economy are skilled, upskilled, or reskilled. NSF should play a critical role there. But you colleagues, I'm here, trying to listen to you. What are you saying? You are missing the point. You don't understand the purpose of this thing. Last year, you underspent by 3.7 billion. When we have, I don't know how many millions of young people who are unemployed, you underspent by 3.7 billion. So what you guys are trying to do there or are doing there actually irritates me, because there's somebody today who probably is committing suicide or contemplating on committing suicide because they've tried. They've tried everything and they don't have hope. And then you underspend by 3.7 billion. When you could have taken that person and said, what is your passion? My passion is to be a millwright artisan. It cost 18,000. No one at home has it. I can't even borrow it. But we have NSF, which should be saying, let's go to these rural areas, these townships in our country, and identify these people, give them these skills, they'll be able to go provide for their own families. Lona, you are telling us as CEO that no, there are others who are complying. So what? It's their job, they should be, it's a must. You want us to say, let's clap hands for those who are complying. We can't. It's a bare minimum. It's a bare minimum. That's what they should be doing. Imagine you coming to Parliament and saying to us, yeah, I see that we have paid 5 companies without tax clearances, but we've paid 15 with tax clearances. What is that? So you want us to say, no, congratulations, you have paid 15 out of 20 with tax. It's a bare minimum. You should not pay those who don't have tax clearances. You don't want us to question you on those things. You are telling us about the few that are complying. It can't be. We're missing the point. Honorable Low, please do your follow-up.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm asking because I could have went through this process, and I want to know what is the difference between the first process of that company of Northwest and this one to apply to it. That's what I want to know. Is it the same process followed, or is it a different process to be followed so that we are able to close the matter so they can assist the SIU on dealing with their investigation? Thanks.
Honorable Chair, the point raised by Honorable Low in terms of what is the difference, the preliminary finding is that for the case in the Northwest, that process of the non-compliance did not take place. In fact, the team had indicated, the project management team had not gone to site, and based on that, the first tranche and the second tranche was processed. Honorable Chair, the second tranche was processed on the 13th of December. That is the date for the second tranche. So the project team had not gone out to do the site visit verification and had done a desktop analysis in terms of tranche 1 and tranche 2. So that is the difference.
Yeah, and what is the consequence management on those ones who paid a second tranche without doing due diligence according to your payment plan?
Honorable Chair, in terms of the process, once the report is processed and recommended to the accounting authority to implement the recommendations, letters of intent to charge will be issued to the relevant officials. They will then have an opportunity to reply, and then the disciplinary processes will ensue once the official charges are issued. So that would be the process. Then the disciplinary process is managed through the DHET Labor Relations. I must emphasize that NSF has not been managing the labor relations matters in the case of Nexus, in case of the other investigations and determination tests. That is being managed through the DHET Labor Relations team. And not specifically by us. So in terms of some of the questions on how long, they would then have 90 days once the chair would issue the outcome of the hearing, and they would then implement the recommendations issued by the chairperson of the disciplinary hearing. That is, I am just trying to outline a process that will be applicable to any recommendations in terms of consequence management for NSF officials, but also to emphasize system accountability. There is an element of saying that there are processes within the management to ensure compliance is adhered to and consequence management is implemented. However, there are various system accountability and consequence management processes up to the level of the SDP being restricted, as well as recouping the funds that were intended for the beneficiaries, as per what you've alluded to, Chair. Thanks.
Let's leave that CO. There's no consequence management. You can't charge a person 7,200 when they've cost the company 2 million, and you say there's consequence management. Please, don't give us that thing. It's not there. That thing of consequence management at NSF, it's not there, it's a farce. Let's agree to that thing. Welcome, Honorable Shikwamba. You'll introduce yourself. You have not introduced yourself. You'll introduce yourself, and then you'll then go on with your question.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to colleagues here and also the delegation from the NSF and the staff from the higher education. My name is Mandla Shikwamban, deployed by
Put the mic closer to. Yeah.
deployed by the EFF. So I'm here today, Chair. So you will see me in a number of times when Sidle as a main member is not available, then I will always come to sit on his behalf. So, Chair, corruption in South Africa is the main or is the major problem in our country. And I will tell you that we are where we are today with all the problems and crises we are having in South Africa caused by corruption. And we had leaders who led us before. For some of them, they led for 9 years. They left us with corruption. And then I had to experience another wasted 9 years again, because we are sitting at 7 years of someone as we speak now. So, and in the main of all these issues is corruption. And Chair, the people who are corrupt necessarily are not politicians. It's officials in the department. And we are sitting in front of us here with people who will decorate their presentations every time when they are called to come and present, and want to prevent their activities or wrong things which they are doing in the department. Honorable Tsepo says, the president may speak and give State of the Nation address, but in the main, who must implement all these things that the president have said? And we've got officials that as politicians we rely on to say, these are the people that must implement whatever is being said. But these officials also, it must be noted, they are not doing these things alone, because they are somehow know very well that they are protected, and who's protecting them? In front of them or close to them, there is a politician, of course, who are also causing us this problem. So I want to ask just a few questions here. I want to understand how many skills development providers in total, except those that are doing good and those that are not doing good. In total, all of them that we're actually having. And out of that number, the second question will then follow to say, what is the criteria that you are using as NSF to actually appoint or approve these skills development providers? The criteria which you are actually using, because when you know that you are going to get someone to come and provide a service for you, there must be a way in which you evaluate those people to say we need the person who've got the following things to qualify to be a part of our service providers. So how do you go about to get all those people? And then the other issue that I want to speak on, I want to know across the country in total, how many offices do we have of specifically NSF offices across the country? Because you don't have to be only based in Pretoria. Your duty and responsibilities is to be all over the country and provide skills to our people, and our people should be able to easily access your offices and be able to be assisted for that matter. I once visited your offices there. I saw how beautiful your offices are. But I want to know, are you renting those offices, or you are owning them, or is the Department of the Public Works owning those things, or what? I just want to know, are you renting, and if you are renting, and how much are you paying there in those offices of yours? So the other issue that I want to know, which is the second last, do you have skills recruitment campaigns which you are running to get people that need to be skills? Because we've got a lot of young people in South Africa who are sitting at home, and Chair was actually alluding on these things, who are sitting at home who end up being drug addicts, who end up being swollen by alcohol, and many things that which you may mention. And then while we've got NSF that should be looking for these people and get these people and skill them and also provide them with at least some developments and skills that will uplift their lives. Do we have that campaign, and which target area are you actually having in that matter? So the other thing that Chair also touched on, and I wanted to touch on, and which also made me to come here today, is on the issue of your 3.7 billion that was underspent in the last financial year. To say you've got 3.7 billion, a huge lot of money that you did not spend. While when you can go to Hillbrow now, we are going to find a lot of our young people around the street without knowing what they do. You go to Tshwane, you are going to find the same thing. You go to your Bloemfontein, you are going to find the same thing. You go to Northwest, you will find the same thing. Limpopo, everywhere, KZN. And these people that which are not in any type of training, that which in my understanding, NSF should be coming to party and assist these people to be at least be in any part of training, so that we take them out from the streets, we take them out from the drugs, we take them out from all bad activities that they may engage on, because these people, they end up becoming criminals in some other ways. Now we are speaking, prisons are overcrowded. And these prisons, when are overcrowded, who are committing this crime, you go and check young people, as young as 18. I was reading this other article yesterday in KZN. There's a boy of 18 years old who just killed his sibling from just like that. Because these people, they are taking a lot of drugs and they have nothing to do at home. You've got 3.7 billion that you just decide not to use it. Or maybe you are putting it, or I don't know whether you'll return it to the treasurer or what, or you want to put it so that you can continuously pay those companies that you are busy paying them in a wrong way, that which we are hearing here. So I want to understand, to say, but why do we have such a huge amount of money unspent when we've got this crisis of a huge and a lot of people unemployed, lot of young people unskilled, lot of young people undeveloped, and they are not in any type of any training. While we've got this entity that was supposed to address such issues, this entity is sitting and also taking a lot of money and doing nothing about it. So I just wanted to understand, what are the root cause?
Yeah.
Why you did not use that lot of money? And what is your plan again in this financial year that you are going to avoid to return or not to use such amount of money that was supposed to be used and spent for the people? Thank you very much, Chair.
Sharp crocodile. Answer.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair and the Honorable Member. In terms of the two questions, there are a few questions that I'm going to request the CFO to respond to in terms of the NSF offices, the renting of the offices, as well as in terms of the under expenditure and the root causes that have been identified and the implementation plan or mitigation plan. In terms of the matter, in terms of skills recruitment campaigns, I can indicate that the National Skills Fund has two initiatives that it is funding in terms of supporting beneficiaries to enter into skills development interventions. We are currently funding work through the career development services of the DHET, which is intended to ensure that any beneficiaries that want to know where opportunities sit within the PSET system, then the career development system can undertake the campaigns that are required for learners to then come and get information on where NSF opportunities are. Secondly, in terms of the recruitment processes, the National Skills Fund in this financial year, any projects that have been approved Those projects are required to put together an advertisement for recruitment, and that is now being packaged for the purposes of social media, but also the career development services to understand and see what is the criteria for applicants to apply, not in Gauteng, but nationally, and anyone that is part of the NEET category or that needs to undergo skills upskilling. The second initiative that the National Skills Fund is funding is the higher health in terms of the support to learners that require social or GBV support or psychological HIV. But more recently, the NSF has also funded higher health in terms of the development of the qualification that has been registered with QCTO. And these provide learners across the PSET, not only those that are funded by NSF, with further insight in terms of managing their finances, taking care of their health, and other programs which have been approved through the QCTO. So those initiatives, the NSF does not duplicate, but in fact these agencies are required to support the NSF to undertake those support initiatives for those young people that find themselves with drugs as part of a challenge or any other matter in terms of alcohol abuse, social influences that are impacting their accessing programs that the NSF is funding. So with that, I would want to hand over to CFO to respond to the other questions.
Okay, no, thank you. Thank you so much, CEO. And thank you so much, Honorable Member, with the question. So maybe I'll start with the 3.7 billion underspending. You will note, Chairperson, that we've been experiencing quite a number of issues around the project. Starting from initiation, all through project monitoring, and so those are some of the reasons that really put us back, because we cannot spend as much as we wish. So the concern that we have as NSF is that as much as we receive like a lot of requests for proposal through your RFPs, as much as we do request that, but there's a process that we still need to follow, then that leads to underspending. Then there's another process that we normally follow where a bidder, a local SDP will just come and request to deliver skills. That process as well is one of the processes that delays, us. So it's a collective problems or challenges that obviously were inherited from the past. But I think one of the issues that we are doing now is to make sure that we assist where we are required to. So you will note that maybe in the next few, maybe when we are reporting now, that underspending will have drastically changed. Reason being, we were involved in different projects. We issued a RFP, which I indicated that it has some challenges. But when we start spending, then you'll see the drop in terms of the underspending, and also the issue around the missing middle, which we spent about 1 billion, is one of the major projects that we are involved in. But as I've indicated, it's something that we are really not proud of, to be underspending so much. But we are trying to ensure that we are effective or introducing new efficient ways of dealing with the proposals. Okay. And then the second question, Chairperson, it was around how many offices, whether we are renting, owning, or using public works. So the initial arrangement that we currently have in Pretoria, we are using D-head offices where we are partly providing rent for them. Because we are occupying a certain space, we are partly then paying the rental for that. So, but we are in a process of procuring our own building, but that process is still ongoing. We are really at the beginning stages of that. In terms of offices, we do have offices in major cities. We have we are actually pairing with TVET colleges where we can utilize those offices for ourselves, because you'll recall that we have a regional project that we need to run. Therefore, on those provincial offices, that's where we are hosting our employees, and also where a student wants to engage us, they can go to those offices, which then can be escalated. So in terms of the numbers, Chairperson, I can provide that, and also how much the rental is paying at head office and also at provinces.
Yeah, maybe before you come in, CEO, on underspending, let's be specific. 2023, 2024, you've underspent by 3.7 billion. You are saying to us, the global picture is that there are many reasons. Sometimes the RFQs, they are submitted, but the financial year ends. We're not specific. So let me ask a specific question. 2023, 2024, how many projects, CEO, did you have, either as grants that you had advertised or as unsolicited, or you call them solicited and unsolicited? So both of them, how many did we have that you guys evaluated internally, but you did not finalize because of your own processes that you must follow? And when you answer, again, assume we know the answer. Thank you, CEO.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. So in terms of the number of providers or projects that are currently active, on the screen, this was part of the presentation. This indicates as of December 2024, there were 305 active projects in the National Skills Fund, meaning that these were projects with a contract. And this is in terms of the total budget spanning 29 billion, am I correct, CFO? 29 billion in terms of a commitment, and supporting 128,319 beneficiaries. And the period of time for these 305 contracts is over a 12-month to 5-year period. So this slide doesn't give you the spread across the financial years, because I'll use an example for bursaries. There is a commitment that has to be recorded in our books in terms of if the learner is going to meet all the criteria and pass the first year, we have to make provision for them financially for the other years. So that is spread over the period of the beneficiaries period. So bursaries, these are the programs of funding to the national NSFAS, NRF, and the international scholarships, and it's targeting 5,455. Program monitoring has two elements. This is the element that is dealing with not just beneficiaries, but this is the program where infrastructure is sitting. So these are your infrastructure, capacity building, Human Resource Development Council, National Skills Authority. They fall within that directorate. So there are 36 of them that are related to PSET catalytic. The other 4 are regional level projects. The CFO spoke about our regional offices. And as you can see, the region for Gauteng, Northwest, and Free State has the highest number of projects that have been recorded within the National Skills Fund. The interventions from all of the programs are for artisan development. We're currently having 5,000 beneficiaries that the NSF has funded. for artisan development, and we have also been instructed to prioritize in line with the President's SONA artisan development in terms of meeting the 30,000 target. Work integrated learning is very critical, and that is part of these portfolio. Occupational programs that are offered through the TVET colleges, etc., as well as the new projects for the community education and training colleges, which commenced in December 2024 financial year. So this is the snapshot of the commitment schedule and the number of projects that are currently active. Now, to come to the question that the Honorable Chair raised in terms of how many proposals have we received? So the assessment we have currently as part of the review is that when I came into office in September, there was no handover report. So we had to start to identify all of the proposals that are in the system. Based on all the proposals we've identified for unsolicited, there are 120 unsolicited proposals that had not been processed. All the other proposals, they would have received a rejection letter, we verified that, or they had been approved. And these had to be approved through ministerial and DG submissions. So the 120 are those that have not been concluded. We also have the rural RFP, Chair, as you alluded to, the solicited. These are requests for proposals that we issue in the national media and link directly to our strat plan and APP targets. The rural RFP was approved in 2021, and in December 2023, it was issued in the national paper, as well as on the NSF website and DHED website, and we had received just over 2,000 proposals for the rural RFP. During the first 2 quarters of 23-24, the admin compliance, whether they have a tax certificate, whether they had submitted a proposal in line with the request for proposal terms of reference, that admin compliance and technical evaluation was completed, resulting in just over 900 of those proposals reaching the due diligence phase. So there are currently 900 from the rural RFP that has not yet been processed. So, Honorable Chair, if I outline the entire period, from 2021, the first RFP was approved, and at this point in time, the due diligence has not yet been concluded, which is more than 3 years later. So, Chair, that's just the feedback in terms of what is currently outstanding. As indicated in my presentation, we have received directive from the DG and the Minister to undertake a complete collective analysis, consolidation of all proposals that we've received. And really on a daily basis, a lot of the queries we are receiving are around these proposals that have not yet been proposed. And further recommendations will be made to the DG and the Minister in that regard. Honorable Chair, there was a question regarding the detail on the process of the criteria for the evaluation of proposals. It is covered in the presentation as part of the phases, but if I can just place this on the screen to indicate that the first process is that the NSF has to initiate what is called a request for proposal, and we outline in the terms of reference the criteria. That is the most critical document because it also tells any prospective applicants how their proposal will be evaluated. Once these proposals have been evaluated, We then take them through the funding recommendation committee, and once those go through the recommendation committee, they are then recommended to the DG and the minister in terms of the SDA provisions. The unsolicited proposals follow the same process, and as I alluded to earlier, we have a strategic funding framework that is consulted with the National Skills Authority about how the NSF undertakes its solicited or unsolicited. And the National Skills Authority, Honorable Chair, as you're aware, is made up of different constituencies in terms of the consultative process. So, Chair, there's a lot more detail in the request for proposal and the evaluation. If required, I can provide a request for proposal to the committee that would then respond to the details of how it's evaluated. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, so you don't have the answer to the question I've asked you. You know, when you ask a question, you are very specific. How many proposals that were finalized internally at NSF at the end of the financial year 23-24 that were awaiting the approval from the DG and the minister? So that one you did not touch. You don't have the answers because you are saying when you came in September, you did not have a handover, so you don't have the answer to this specific question. So we're going to ask you to go back to the department, to yourself, go get that information. That information must be in a form of a spreadsheet, because we want to understand the problem of this sickness of underspending. It's a sickness. So we want to understand that part. So in order for us to understand it, we're asking you now, because if we ask you here, you are going to tell us again another story we have not asked you. And I'm trying very much not to stop you when we are responding to things we have not asked you. So you are going to go do a spreadsheet, acting CEO. In that spreadsheet, you are going to say, this is as the report, because you can't say, when I came in as the acting CEO, I did not have a handover report because maybe the previous acting CEO did not give me. There are people who are working there. If you have systems, you go to the report of those who are receiving, I don't know the structure there, but those who are receiving both solicited and unsolicited, they check, somebody signs. My name is Honorable Matlodi Maseko. I've received this proposal on the 4th, what is the date today? On the 12th of February, 2025. And I have checked, or I'm submitting it to those who are going to check the compliance. Those who check compliance, it's administrative compliance. You check, is this really a company that is registered? Does it have a tax clearance, bank statement, those things? Because any child knows that you must have those processes, right? Then, my name is Honorable Desiree van der Walt. I've checked the compliance on the 19th of February, signed. It complies. Those who don't comply, this side. Those who have complied, stage 3, right? Then it goes to Honorable Law, who then checks the relevancy of the proposal. I've received the relevancy, and based on the whatever QCTO top 10 or top 100 occupations in high demand, we believe that the proposal meets the minimum threshold, and therefore, I'm signing. What is the date? 26 February. So you must have those processes, CEO. So you can't come here and say to us, I don't have anything. It can be. You should have. Then it gets to you as the CEO. In March, 4 March, 5 March, it arrives at the CEO. CEO checks it, says, from what I've seen, all the processes were followed are in line with what we're doing here, or what the NSF is about. therefore approve, send to the DG or to the minister, whatever. That's the ones that have went through those processes. How many were those who arrived, who are waiting for the approval of the minister and the director general? Because you can't tell me that you did not have those. I know for a fact you have them. Right? And because you guys did not approve them, you ended up underspending by 3.7 billion. Because you can't underspend by we do what we call APPs. You got 19% targets yourselves. 18, I was giving them a bonus. Sorry. You got 18% achievement in the 2023-2024. So when you put in an APP, a Chief Director Cabo, you say, these are the 100 things that I'm going to do with this money that we have. Then you get the budget. Out of those, you get proposals, you don't process them. How are you going to get 80%? And I've said it, we have millions of young people who are not employed, not, Honorable Shugambana was talking about it, not in employment, education, or training. Millions of them. I know for a fact you have those proposals, acting CEO. You just decided not to do your jobs. And young people are suffering out there. It's as if you are not in touch with the realities on the ground. Because these proposals of yours, they went through the process. It will not be as if we're asking you to go and do a fraud, or what do you call it, criminal behavior. You have went through all processes, but you decide not to award for no apparent reason. If we don't get a satisfactory answer, we are going to assume that it's because the people that you wanted to get these things did not go through these processes. You had earmarked these opportunities for your own people. And because they could not get through all the processes, you have decided not to award. In the meantime, making sure that these young people and those who are just over 35 are not able to get opportunities to participate in the mainstream economy. We are left with no choice but to think so, because you are not giving us a satisfactory answer on why all of these ones you have not done it. So you are going to give us in writing all of those ones. You'll say, I've outlined the process. You'll say, training, agents, what do you call them? Providers, whatever. It's a training agency submitted on this day. So you'll do a column, a template. You'll have those on the column will be internal processes. First phase, Matlodi Maseko. Second phase, Desre van der Walt. Third phase, Tsepolo. Fourth phase, Mampagomodi. Then rows, you put these companies. Want to see, and then where it ended. And what are the reasons? When did it arrive there? And don't, assume that we know. Don't say that the date they arrived on the 20th of March, 2024, to the DG or the minister. Because we'll get them. That they arrived in August 2023. But they stayed 6 months without being processed. And that is why we could not allocate funds to them. So when you send us this information, don't even try to manipulate data, because we will get it. We're asking you, because we want to fix the problem. When you go to a doctor and they ask you, what are you suffering from? If you don't know, you must tell them you don't know. But if you know that you've got underlying diseases, you must disclose. I have got allergies. When I get to the doctor, they ask me, what do you have got? I start with them because I know how dangerous they can. Kira, doctor, I don't know whether what you are going to give me is going to trigger I've got allergies. So then they put a yellow sticker when you are in hospital for allergies. Because, so that when a nurse comes, they know that this one has got allergies. But if you don't disclose the truth, the doctor might give you something wrong that ends up killing you. So, acting CEO, I'm begging you, give us what we're asking in a true format. Because even, I don't think we'll cover all the issues because we've literally spent almost 1.5 hours on one aspect of the report. So, Honorable Matlodi.
Just quick one, Chair. I just want to find out because from the AG's report, you talked about the consultants. How many consultants are you using to address or implement issues that the AG indicated to you? And also, I'm trying to find out the duplication of the research for the labor market because from the department, you do have the research and also they indicated that doing the research and say, why is silo operations when coming to the labor market because inclusive of the skills that is needed in the country? Why should there be a money that is in the NSF and the department, and then why don't you use what is already there from the department rather than you go and use another money for that research? And if really I nailed it by saying that why the silo operations are not communicating with the department. And also the monitoring, I'm interested on the KPIs, especially on the NSF with these legacy issues that have been going on. Did you was saying that why the KPIs is not sort of giving direction of what needs to happen because with what the chair has been talking about to an extent of talking about the template, seriously that means something is not working from the NSF. And also maybe if you can take us in confidence, the Director General approved the implementation of the NSF ICT January the 9th, 2024, and it's one of the issues that the members, we said it has to be prioritized. Why is it taking such a long time before you, NSF, can activate everything? Because the approval has been a long time ago. Is it the CETA that is delaying, or is there a reason why is it delaying for you to can activate to be independent for us to can get the real truth of the data that of everything that is happening within NSF? Chair, any other thing I'll send to Anel for the information. Thank you.
CEO.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair, and to the members. Maybe let me just start to indicate that the template, as you have outlined, that information will be submitted around the initiation, as alluded to in the chair's outline. I do want to confirm that there is no list that I had received, and hence we had to rebuild everything from scratch in terms of having this database. So we will ensure that the information is as per what is on the system with the accurate dates, Honorable Chairperson. Then in terms of the AGSA question, I'm going to request the CFO to respond to that specifically. In terms of the labor market intelligence and research, the NSF, I can confirm, Honorable Maseko, that we do work with the DHET on research of common areas, and this includes the occupations in high demand, because we do not want to duplicate research that is being processed. In fact, the National Skills Fund, we do have a representative, even though we don't have a research unit, we do have a representative that sits on the DHET research task team. However, the research.
Sorry, CEO, there's a point of order.
Chair, I understand that. Answer my question. I'm saying that you are saying you're engaged. I'm saying, why are you commissioning it? Because I'm taking from what you've written here that you are commissioning another research. And now you are saying the department, you've got a representative. So I'm saying, why spend another money commissioning another report while already you are indicated? So just respond to that, what is the reason?
Honorable Chair, through you, the research that we are commissioning now is for tracer studies of NSF beneficiaries. So DHET is looking at PSET-wide matters and occupations in high demand nationally. But the National Skills Fund has identified that no one else is doing tracer studies or evaluation studies so that we can improve our planning. So we've engaged with DHET and they've indicated that they cannot undertake that research on our behalf, and hence we put together the research. So that is the research. It's focused to NSF so that we can have a better understanding of what's happening with our projects and our beneficiaries. We have made it clear we do not want to duplicate research. It can lead to cross findings and have unintended consequences. Then in terms of the ICT, while the independence of ICT was approved in January as part of implementing the MTT recommendations, we had not had an appointed director. There were 3 vacancies within the Directorate ICT. So those officials had to be appointed to enable that we then are able to have this independent function from DHET. So Mr. Kaza joined us in 2020, if I'm correct, 2023 at the NSF, and 2 other officials were appointed at I think they were 2 months apart after that. So capacity was part of those delays, and we were dependent on DHET recruitment as well. The second matter is that all procurement, ICT tends to be an expensive intervention. If you talk about servers, cybersecurity, so all of these services are not procured through NSF because we do not have a SCM function that's independent. We have to work through DHET supply chain. So all of the procurement takes place. In fact, we have some of these that are now going through the transversal contracts as well. So those have been some of the underlying issues. I can request Mr. Kaza to add in terms of what were the other root causes from the ICT side. Thanks. But if we can first take CFO and then Mr. Kaza.
Okay, thank you once again, CEO, and thank you, honorable member, with the question. So, in terms of the consultant assisting us with the findings, no, unfortunately, we do not have any consultant that is assisting us, but we have an internal process that we undertaken to try and address the issues of the AG. So after the management report, we then sit down and look at the findings, and then we have a task team that is responsible for analyzing those findings, and thereafter they will report to me. Thereafter we will have the internal auditors review
CFO,
those findings.
the answer was how many consultants do you have?
Okay, I did
You
answer
don't
that.
have, yes. Then what? Which ones are you answering?
No, but I'm just extending to
No,
what we do.
don't extend. The question was on consultants.
No, thank you, Chair.
Don't tell us about things we've not asked you. When we ask you things we're asking, you are not answering. ICT, is there anything you want to add that's different from what the CEO added?
Yes, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Maseko, for the question. The assurance that I can give the members is that the ICT at this point for the NSF is at 95% independent. The 5% that is left now is only on the finance side, which is the transversal systems that are being used by finance, which is your bus and also Logis and PESA. All other systems and services are moved to the NSF. Hence, I indicated earlier on the key priorities that have been implemented by ICT. So we are there at this point to say, as recommended by the MTT, we have moved in terms of having an independent ICT. Hence, you've got all the offices of the NSF rolled out with an NSF network, and also all the services coming from the website, coming from your migration of all the users from DHET to the NSF domain. So we're only having 6 users that are currently sitting at DHET at this point, Chairperson. All other users have been moved from the DHET. So there is an independence in terms of ICT, but we're still having that umbilical cord, which is the transversal systems at this point. Thanks, Chair.
When are you transferring the 6 to NSF?
Chair, those 6 that are currently at the DHET will be transferred as we are reconfiguring the system. So we'll be moving from the normal transversal system, which is your bus and PESAL, to the ERP or the enterprise resource planning. Thanks, Chair.
The question is, when are you envisaging to fully go to ERP?
I indicated, Chair, earlier to say it's 10 months, which is we're looking at October 2025, Chair.
You did not indicate 10 months from when. It was there on the report, it says 10 months. But we don't know it's 10 months from, so October. So it was 10 months from December.
Yes,
It should
Chairperson.
be October, yes, okay.
Yes, thanks.
Honorable Low, sorry. Yeah.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me take you to your problem now. What could have created a crisis to NSF? One, I can confirm that, let's go to slide number 48, where your placement of officials implicated in the Nexus report within the PSET system. I'm raising this because, one, I'm quite content that the unions have cautioned you that you can't follow such a procedure, it's against the law. You can't place those who are having issues hanging on them and then you think you can place them. There are 2 processes. Either you suspend or you take them aside of any other decision making. And then it is also reported that they receive letters, these employees, so that they will be placed while they are still pending disciplinary processes that are pending or that are unfolding. Now, I want to make it simple for the entity, because I can see the problem is an excess report, and the problem for you not to deal with internal discrepancies and to deal with certain projects, it's here. Can you assist me? At least provide me what names of those employees, date of placement if you have placed them. And then I also want to have, there were 10 projects in an Nexus report. And I can assume that each project was assigned each employee to deal with the project issues. And I'm telling you today, there are those who are suspended, who were project managers, and there are those who were not suspended. Equally, where there were allegations that were saying that we could have lost money. And there were those whom I think, Chair, at some point we must subpoena these employees. They must come and tell us the truth as to what is the problem at NSF, why are others being targeted, and why are others being treated otherwise? Because if the Nexus report is saying 10 projects, given their findings and their submission, you must treat the employees equally as they are. I'm taking you to another problem, Chair. I want to, and then others I'll send everything. Now, you've got a determination test, a historical irregular expenditure, slide 16.
Maybe let them finish with the consequence management first. CEO.
Honorable Chair, through you, the department is best placed to respond to this matter. I unfortunately cannot respond.
That's fair. Acting DG.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, the question is noted. Can I please, through you, Chairperson, request our labor relations, because that is the matter that they are dealing with. Thank you.
Labor relations.
Good day, Chair, once more. The matter of consequence management is dealt with by the Department's Labor Relations, not Legal Services. So we do not have any role there. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you, Chair. Can I just double check with Mr. Mkize from our fraud? Are you in a position to assist? Are you familiar with the case? Honorable Chair, my apologies for this. Can I please then ask that I take this question back to our labor relations and we respond to this one in writing? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, you see, Acting DG, it was always going to be, it was obvious that we were going to ask a question about the consequence management because it formed part of the last meeting. In fact, members deliberated on it, and you guys bring a team from the department that does not have labor relations or HR at least to help us. You are not assisting us because it was clear that this question was going to come. You know, I've got 8 questions on this question, on this consequence management, and I've said it that it's not there. And I was going to ask, but who am I going to ask now? Because you colleagues in the department, you're creating a problem. So now these members must now be seen as if they want to fight with you again. So we're going to propose members that on those things we must write to the ministry again to inform her that we're also not happy with the team that came from NSF, but also even the answers, they are just not assisting. It's as if you colleagues in the department and NSF, Cabo, you are trying everything to frustrate us, to make us not to get the answers. And that must not be the case. Honorable Cabo.
No, thanks, Chair. Let me try to go straight to the point. Chair, maybe let me start by apologizing for being late to the meeting.
Your apology was noted.
Thank you very much, Chair. From where I'm sitting, Chair, maybe I must echo this statement. We must never ever again as a committee accept an apology from the DG. We must vehemently oppose that thing. Because from where I'm sitting, there are deliberate intentions from the DG side not to account to this committee. I'm sitting here thinking as to who am I going to raise these questions with? Because from where I'm sitting, the general accounting officer is not here. Legal is saying they are not aware of cases that are related to consequence management. One would ask himself, why did you bring or legal or fraud committee, whatever that you call it? So from where I'm sitting, Chair, apart from issues that I've had, I would like to make some recommendations, but let me tell you what is my observation where the problem arises here. Here you've got a DG who's a referee and a player at the same time. The DG would sit, develop with the team, their APPs, agree on the allocation of funds to NSF. Those funds will be transferred to NSF. It is the DG again who must oversee the implementation or the correct spending of that money. So from where I'm sitting, the problem is not with NSF per se. The problem is the top management of NSF. And unfortunately, this seems to be the very same person who's forever avoiding accounting to the committee. And that it is for that reason, Chair, that I would request that as a committee, we must look into laws that are there that we can exploit, engaging with the minister in all honesty. We need to find a way of subjecting subjecting the DG to necessary disciplinary proceedings. These are the reasons why I'm raising this issue, Chair. Already you've got 29 billion allocated for NSF for this financial year. We are on the third quarter of the financial year. Only 9 billion has been spent to date. In your report, you are indicating that there are only, when you are dealing with your evaluation process, there are only 3 officials that will be basically dealing with those evaluation process. In your breakdown of finances, you have clustered provinces either into 2 or into 3. And from where I'm sitting, some of those provinces are extremely vast. That on its own contributes to the delays in terms of your appointment. In your report, you are indicating that there is only 2 officials, if not 3 officials, that will make a recommendation to the DG in terms of who to appoint and so forth. Now I want to understand from you, now that you are sitting with more than 200, according to your report, more than 200 applications that you have not processed, you've got more than 25 billion that you have not spent, you are sitting with the most unequal country in the world. Do you want to confirm to this committee whether the problem is in the top management? Because according to your report, you are finalizing all those processes in terms of your supply chain management. But the delays or the bottleneck seems to be at the approval level. That's what I want you to confirm. Because from where I'm sitting, I'm convinced that that should be the problem. And in terms of your clustering of provinces, I would like to understand whether do you have offices in every province, and also how do you manage those projects that are being implemented? You have spoken about 3 provinces, I think it's Northwest, Free State, that seems to be having the largest number in terms of projects that must be, and Gauteng, projects that must be implemented. You know, there is one thing, seeing an allocation of money going to provinces and projects being implemented and ultimately being finished, where we see the practical impact on the lives of the general population of South Africa is one thing else. I would like to have an understanding, how do you deal with the monitoring and evaluation? Chairperson, I would like to also understand on this issue of consequence management.
No, these 2 are related, so let them answer it. But CEO, you must also help us on this one. Go ahead and unpack this, because you may have said, I think Honorable Khabo was not here, you may have said that the 29 billion is between 3 to 5 years, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, because others, for an example, on bursaries, it's the total duration of study. It might take longer. So the way you have put it, it creates a serious problem. So go, part of answering, go and unpack it and say, in region GP Northwest Free State, there are 132 projects. But you might find that 130 of them are in Gauteng. And Northwest have got 1, Free State has got 1. So the way you have put it there, it's misleading. Because it then creates an impression that all provinces are covered. Maybe all regions, as you have, we don't even know why you have created the regions in this fashion. But you will then, as you respond to us, answer it in a spreadsheet format to say, these are the projects in Gauteng. Out of the 9.7 billion, they've got 2.5 billion allocated to them, and the rest go to Free State and Northwest, so that you don't confuse us with information that is clustered around and difficult. But there are questions I think Honorable Khabo has asked, which I believe you need to answer them. The 2 questions there.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. So, Honorable Khabo, the question regarding where the blockages and delays, when I was presenting the end-to-end phases of initiation, I had indicated that the entire process and delays around initiating of projects up to approval, the evidence is showing that it's taking a very long time, and part of the intervention is to appoint a service provider to come in and assist us to reconfigure the initiation up to approval level. They are,
I think we're also using a very dangerous word to me, reconfigure. You
Oh,
know,
sorry.
it's a it's
Yeah,
a very
so-
personal word for me. That was on a lighter note.
Okay. I don't know the background. Apologies if it was disrespectful. I didn't know that. But Chair, the reality is that in this time frame that I've been overseeing the NSF, I can indicate to you confidently that the delays have not been at the level of the DG and the minister. There were previous reports that I think had been submitted to the committee saying that it was 6 months, 18 months. I think there were various reports. But in those 4 months that I have been acting, I can indicate that on average it's a week, 2 weeks. So there are no delays in terms of the approval at DG and ministerial level. Where the inefficiency and delays are.
Are you sure about that,
from
CEO? Are you sure about the fact that there are no delays at the ministerial or DG level? So there's no projects at the end of the 2023-24 financial year that would have went to the DG or the minister that were not approved. That's what you are saying to us.
Honorable Chair, as I indicated earlier, I do not have any data as related to the end of 23-24. And as I indicated, I'm dealing with the past 4 months, and those are the projects and proposals that I am aware and I've seen being processed. Anything at the end of March 2023-24, those I cannot speak to. So it could be, as you had directed, that we go back and look at this end of March 2023-24 period. There could be projects and proposals that were delayed. But from September to date, I am aware of those projects where they have been processed. And yes, there are instances where they are declined. But that does not mean it's a delay. A decision was taken. Or it could be that there were concerns raised by the DG or the minister that resulted in that matter coming back to the NSF. I do not interpret those as delays. They're very critical interventions from the accounting authority and the DG. So that is what I can confirm in this 4-month period. Thanks.
Trust
Chair.
me, when we say delay, we're not saying any project that's not approved is delayed. When we say we know what we're talking about. So don't assume that a decline is treated as a delay from us. We're talking about delay. Honorable van der Walt.
Chair, thank you. I'd just like to ask the question. The first thing is the persons responsible for signing off on the viability, sustainability, on all these projects that we receive applications for. What are their expertise? And I don't want to go back, but I want to give you an example. Who on earth signed off on a 123 million rand project for rabbits and rabbit meat, which we couldn't find anywhere in KZN? Surely there must have been some research and some study to determine that that is a viable thing, will take off in our economy, people will have jobs. Well, we all know what happened. That's one example. I don't want to work through the whole Nexus report and new ones. So there must be an expertise. And we cannot sit in aircon offices signing off on projects which cost us as a government and taxpayers millions and millions and millions, in fact billions. So that's my first question. The other question is, I've now listened and read the documents about the finances and the AG's recommendations, Chair, or findings, where we speak about vacancies. I mean, that's not something, it's every time something goes wrong, it is funded vacancies or positions. So yesterday, the Standing Committee on Appropriations had a meeting on the 24-25 Q2 spending outcomes, Q1 report on selected public entities. And again in there, it states, spending on compensation of employees is lower than projected by 4.5 million due to the delay in filling vacancies. Again, on IT, spending on goods and services is lower than the projected by 23.9 million due to delays in the procurement of IT-related equipment and lower expenditure on travel substance. That's not my problem, the IT-related. So you can carry on. So it's just something that we've just dealt with. We're in a new financial year, and it's continuing. It's not ending. And that is the thing, in any business, and some of us actually have business experience, you've got to know where you come from, why you do it, what to do with it, and where you're going. And I'm sorry that to talk layman's language, but it seems that we don't even have the basis right. And then, Chair, I also want to comment on something that was mentioned now, and that is I wrote here, before my colleague spoke, is who is actually the accounting officer? Who? I thought it was the DG, even on the entities, because the department gives the money. The ultimate is the DG. And Chair, I'm sorry to say, please go and have a look on how many meetings this committee had since the election last year. How many times did the minister and the DG attend? And if the minister is not here, I suspect we want the DG here. He cannot be absent because his minister or political head isn't here. And I know Wednesdays are cabinet, but you and I served on another committee in the previous term, and the minister came, even for half an hour, and then she went to cabinet. We've got to fix that, because the people we should hold accountable is not here, and it's actually unacceptable. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable van der Walt. The only reason we allowed the minister not to come, cabinet is in Cape Town. So the only reason we allowed her not to come today is because she's presenting on behalf of international relations in the cabinet in the morning. So that was the first item. The DG is not in cabinet. The DG, should be here. We are hosting the G20. So he's a co-chair of the education cluster of the G20, and as a chair, we are going to have a discussion with him, because as a co-chair there, I think they could have managed the dates better. They know that Parliament has given us Wednesdays, and they could have had their meeting yesterday or tomorrow. And he was supposed to. So I agree with you. The DG is the accounting office of the department. But the reason why and I can't take it up with the acting DG here, because it's another reason why at the end we're going to say, we're going to write to the minister, because it's not acceptable. The MTT report came out 3 years ago and said, the business model of NSF is not right. Go fix it. Amongst other things that they've identified for fixing it is that it must be a fully fledged 3A, Section 3A entity, with a board, the CEO and management. And last year when we fought with the department over this thing, we said, why have you not moved in terms of giving us the proposal from the department on changing the section that speaks about making it a Section 3A? And the DG in that meeting, I had to stop him, those who remember. The DG in that meeting sounded like he's questioning the MTT report. And I told him, I asked him, what are you answering? Because it felt like the DG was now defending why they have not implemented Section 3. And I told him, it's not acceptable. When we commission a report, you either accept it or challenge it. That thing was not challenged, meaning it was accepted. Now, you must implement the recommendations because you have not challenged it. Even here, they are talking about that changing. There's no time frame, even on the presentation itself. When are we finishing the initiation of the legal process to bring it to these members, to take it to Parliament, so that we are able to appoint a board? When are you, you know that thing is very quiet. We're going to get to it at some point. But that is the problem we have with the presentation. One, like I said, you send it late. Two, it's just too long, but it's just too generic. Three, does not give us context, content that we want. There are things there on your report that speaks about to be submitted to the DG 31 January. Today is the 12th February. That would have been done. So, when you send an updated presentation, you would have seen that thing and said, slide 13 speaks about the submission to the DG to write off unknown cases without supporting document. Target date 31 January. But you are not telling us, so you are telling us the target is it has passed, but you don't know what is happening. On the same slide, on the right, number 4 and number 5, appoint a service provider to conduct outstanding determination test. Target 31 January. It has passed, it's the 12th. We don't know what would have happened there. Telling us the procurement process is in progress, it does not mean anything. You were supposed to appoint on the 31st of January. So those of you who studied project management will tell you, when you say on the 31st of March, we are going to appoint a panel of investigators, you start there, you say, we must have appointed by this date. Then you put milestones before. You say, in order for me to appoint, I can't advertise on the 1st of March because we're not going to finish. So you say I must have advertised by the 4th or the 6th of January. So the project management at NSF does not exist. We just put dates there. We say, let's just put dates, man. I'm sure even this 31 January, you put them there because we were supposed to meet on the 6th of December. So that's why you just put 31 January. And you thought, no, they will be too busy, they would have forgotten it. It does not make sense. So you do that project management pyramid. 35, if I can ask you now, CEO, explain the appointment of panel of investigators, management to determine the appropriate unit to function they will report to, and say, give us the progress in terms of, you say now in progress, the terms of reference have been drafted by the audit and submitted for review for various units. It won't be done by 31 March because it means you have not advertised. And advertising also is regulated by, you must advertise for a certain period. And then after that, you must then, the technical team must sit to look at those who are, who meet the minimum requirements. Before you even go to issues of pricing, issues of BEE, issues, that process on its own won't be, even if you had finished that thing, You have advertised now on the 12th of, you will not be done by 31 March. So you just put dates there. You just put dates thinking, those ones they don't understand. So NSF generally is a big problem for us because acting CEO, I know it might not even be your problem, but this institution is just a big problem. You guys just do things there. The attitude problem there is not right. You are not going to get it right if your attitude is not right. And it's as if you know, from where I'm seated, you don't understand the long-term impact of your actions. Young people, like I said, there's somebody now who's literally about to give up, to commit suicide, because they've given up. And we could have saved that person through NSF. Through this project, the intended purpose of NSF could have saved that particular person. But when you go through, I was angry last night going through your present. I slept angry. As a Christian, the Bible says you can't sleep angry and wake up angry. But you guys are making us very angry. You are making us now to sin, literally, to go against our constitution of what we believe in. In my case, it's Christianity. You guys are just messing up. You are messing up us. You are messing up the entity itself. You are messing up the lives of young people out there. And even when you ask your question, please be honest in answering this thing. Because you just want to run away, you tell us something we have not asked you. Honorable Masako asks, how many, what do you call those things? Consultants that you have. How many consultants do you have? No, we don't have. You see, we don't have them, but we have a process that deals. Who asked you about that? It's not going to help us. You just want to deviate us from specific questions. Please answer Honorable van der Wald's questions, CEO. I don't know who's going to answer. Is the CFO or yourself? If there was no question, you also indicate.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. In terms of Honorable van der Waal's question regarding the skills and experience, the HR report, the Ministerial Task Team report, does identify that there are certain skills and experience that are in deficit within the NSF. So these are part of the work streams under HR, but I think you have clearly identified that the baseline is not there. What is the business model? What is the operating model? Because that will inform the type of skills and experience that is required going forward. What I could request, Chair, is that we could submit to the committee the current skills and experience of the officials in the NSF while noting the MTT recommendations that are going to be attending to this gap. I know my colleague, Mr. Mkhize, is here from Directorate Fraud, so he might also want to comment on what were the specific findings of the rabbit case. I cannot speak directly to those matters. In terms of the current outlook of the approval of projects, based on the value of the contracts, we have been instructed as the EXCO to ensure that before we recommend a project to the DG and the Minister, that we undertake a site visit, at least one of the executive members, and not only receive the report from the initiation team. That has been some of the additional gaps and bases. So I think, that was in response to Honorable van der Waal's question. And Chair, there was a question that Honorable Khabu raised regarding the regional offices, and CFO still needed to respond. Thank you.
The answer CFO, the regional office. Don't answer us what he
There's
has not asked.
No, there are 7 regional offices consisting of satellite and a regional office. Then we have a head office.
Where are they?
We have a satellite in Limpopo and an office. Then we have one here in Eastern Cape regional. We have in Durban and Pietermaritzburg regional and satellite.
Honorable Msezan.
No, thanks, Chair. I just have 3 precise questions. I'm not certain if they've been asked before, so you'll forgive me, Chairperson, as we had apologized for having to walk out for some time with Honorable Ngubane. Chair, my first
You
question.
did not stage a walkout. You just stepped out a bit.
Yeah, a bit,
Yeah,
Chair.
thank
We had apologized. No, thanks, Chair. So my first question pertains to audit and financial management. Obviously, given the fact that NSF has faced at least 3 qualified audit opinions over the past 3 consecutive years, I would wish to first maybe understand if there were no audit action plans before that. And obviously now there is an introduced action plan. Why should we believe that this particular action plan will succeed in addressing the long-standing financial mismanagement and compliance failures in the NSF? And my second question pertains to project monitoring and accountability. Of course, I just captured the CEO regarding the fact that prior to at least 4 months ago, there was no measures in place to monitor or any form of accountability in the space of projects. But the presentation obviously acknowledges that no comprehensive project monitoring, which is what I'm saying, framework was in place until recently. How does the NSF justify having spent so much money in skills development projects when there was no proper systems to track learn outcomes and financial accountability? Now, before this, this new framework that has been put in place recently. Then my last question, Chair, pertains to consequence management and political interference.
Yeah, consequence management, let's pack it for now.
Okay.
They will not be able to answer it.
All right, sure, Chair.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chair. In terms of the audit, I would also want the CFO to start, and then I will come back to the question regarding the project management.
Okay. No, thank you so much, Chairperson and Honorable Member. So the question around the audit action plan for the poor audit outcome. So maybe it started with a disclaimer. So we had audit action plan, which then reduced the findings going to the qualification. And if you look at the qualification that we had in the past, there were quite a number of them. So we have reduced them. Last year we had 1 paragraph as a qualification paragraph on the SDF. So looking into the future, it's quite difficult to put assurance up front to say it will work, but we have done enough on our side to ensure that we address the matters that have been identified in the future. As you are all aware that internal control issues are still there at the NSF, and one cannot be as certain whether the HE will not identify any issues. But on our side, we are working very diligently to address the matters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair and members. In terms of the project management, as indicated in the presentation, the report is that there is no comprehensive or overarching monitoring and evaluation framework for the NSF. It also emanated from the MTT recommendations to have such a framework put in place. However, there were manual processes that were in place prior to that period. I do want to indicate that in 2021, I stand to be corrected on the date, Honorable Chair, the NSF had to undertake a process with the Department of Higher Education and Training and the National Skills Authority. They undertook what is called a, apologies, a evaluation study. It's called the NSF Evaluation Study for 2015 to 2020. It was not NSF doing the study, it was being done through the NSA and the department, and that outlines some of the tracer studies that we have referred to, for example, in the TVET colleges, the Center of Specialization. So that information is available, but it is limited in terms of explaining the expenditure during that period. Thank you.
Yeah, have you developed the strategic funding framework and tabled it to the NSA as stipulated, or as a matter that the Skills Development Act indicates? Have you done it? The 2025-2029 strategic funding framework.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. The strategic funding framework is in draft. However, it is based on an approved strategic plan for 25-29, which is in the process of engagement with the accounting authority and the minister. As we are aware, the MTDP was adopted a week ago, and there were some proactive review processes that we were concluding with the Auditor General as of last week. They had indicated to us they cannot complete the proactive review as AGSA until the MTDP had been approved. So the strategic funding framework will be drafted as soon as the minister has approved as the executive authority the strat plan and APP.
So the short answer is that strategic funding framework has not been approved, and the reason is because the minister has not approved the strat plan.
Chair did not say she did not approve. There are processes underway. Minister.
No. Wait, CEO.
Okay.
So don't tell us, when you ask your question, CEO. So have you submitted the strat plan to the minister?
Yes, it has been submitted.
Has she approved?
It is currently with the accounting authority, so it has not reached minister yet.
So it has not been approved because it's with the
Accounting
DG.
Correct.
So it has not been approved. So
Correct.
you have not submitted. So the reason why you don't have a strategic funding framework is because you have not submitted the strat plan to the minister, because you guys, when were you supposed, so what was the plan there? When were you supposed to submit the 2025-2029 strategic funding framework?
So, Chair, we did submit the 31st of October, the first draft of the strat plan and APP to the
That's not my question, CEO. So you did not have a plan on when to submit the 2025-2029 strategic funding framework. You did not have a plan. That was never in the plan.
Honorable Chair, it is in the plan. We have
When is the date? What was the
planning
date?
cycle.
What was the date?
It is targeted for March for that to be tabled to the NSA.
So this was the initial plan. This is not the revised plan. The 31 is, what is the date? The March what? The March 2025. Is it the now plan, the now new date, or it was always the planned date? It's not the revised date.
Honorable Chair, can I be clarified? Are we referring to the strategic plan or the strategic funding framework?
Strategic funding framework.
The strategic funding framework is targeted for March. That is the date based on the National Skills Authority having their subcommittee dates.
So this was always the plan, the March 2025, the strategic funding framework.
Correct, Chair.
Then, when was the date of the strategic plan having been signed by the minister? What
Date-
was the date?
The date, according to our strategic funding cycle, we have a schedule, Chair, with all these dates and responsibilities. It is expected by the 28th of February to obtain the approval from the minister. So we are still within that framework.
And then after attaining it on the 28th of February, what is the process that will be followed once we have the strategic plan on the 28th of February? What is the process that must be followed in order for you to have the strategic funding framework? How long does that period? So when you answer the process, you must bear in mind the period.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the time frame, once we get the approved strat plan and APP, the strategic funding framework will be updated if there are any amendments that have come from the minister. Concurrently, I must emphasize concurrently, we are engaging with the NSA, the National Skills Authority already, because they have board dates that they have set. So those dates, we are getting those dates from the NSA for when we would go and present the strategic funding framework to the NSA, who would then prepare advice to the minister in that regard. What we will do is, once we've updated, we route a submission to the DG and the minister in terms of the NSF strategic funding framework for 2025 to 2030, and that will then be what we present to the NSA. We cannot go to NSA with a document that has not been engaged with the DG or the minister. So once we have engaged with the DG and the minister on the revised strategic funding framework, which is the third week of March, by the end of March, we will submit it to the NSA for them to convene their committee. But those dates had already been pre-agreed. Then once that is concluded, the NSA prepares their advice to the minister, and concurrently the NSF writes to the minister and the DG seeking approval of the new NSF strategic funding framework. So that is the process, Chair. Thanks.
So you are admitting that by the time it gets to the minister, it will be after March, the date that we have agreed on, that you've just told me about now. Because you are saying you'll submit it in the third week or so of March to NSA. That's what you've just said, right?
Honorable Chair, maybe can I clarify something? The presentation and engagement to the NSA is not dependent on us processing a submission concurrently to the minister. So she would receive this prior to the end of March, not after the advice from the NSA.
No. So you are going to send it to her just before end of March.
Honorable
Right.
Chair, okay.
You are going to send it to her just before end of March. I'm asking CEO.
Honorable Chair, as I had indicated a bit earlier, in the second week of March, we will be submitting it to the minister. So it's the second week of March and not at the end of March.
So the second week of March, you are going to submit a draft to the minister without the input of the NSA.
The NSA prepares their own submission to the minister. That is how it's been done previously.
And then
That's why I was
So
indicating.
the ones that you are submitting cannot be processed by the minister without the input of the NSA.
Correct, Chair.
Then we're on the same page,
Yes.
right? When are you submitting to NSA, according to your timetable?
It'll be in the end of the second week of March. We would submit to the NSA.
So you agree that your planning there is poor because you are then giving NSA less than 2 weeks to approve a 5-year strategic funding framework, 5-year plans. You're saying to them, go look at it, and in 2 weeks, in less than actually 2 weeks is too long, because if they have 1 or 2 changes, they must still send to the minister. Then the minister must have 1 day, right, to look at the proposal that you have put, and then the proposals that are coming from NSF, then apply her mind. So she must not apply her mind, because you are giving her 1 day, literal, if she's lucky, in order for her to approve this. Because when I was asking, I was clear. For approval, what is the date? What is the last day of approval, not of submissions? So you see, I'm just illustrating to you. Your planning generally is very poor. In fact, it does not exist. Because you can't say you are giving to the minister on the 28th of March that she must approve by the 31st of March. That's childish. Honestly speaking, acting CEO, the planning at NSF generally is generally poor. It does not assist us. It just does not assist what we are trying to do there. So members, I'm going to give you now towards the end, because we have agreed, colleagues, that we're not going to ask anything on consequence management, because these colleagues don't have people to answer us on it, on consequence management. Honorable Shukamba, your hand was up. You're fine. Or you wanted to go to? Okay. Sazan.
Chair, I also want to perhaps just register that it really appears that there's not much that we can get from the CEO, neither the officials that are here. I want to agree with my colleague, Honorable Van der Vaart. I don't want to say pronounce this name wrong, to say that perhaps it would be better if the minister was present and the DG as well, so that we have all accounting officers of this entity. Then perhaps we could get satisfactory responses, because I'm not satisfied with the response that I got on audit and financial management. But I'm certainly not impressed by the fact that the CEO mentions that she knows or has no information regarding projects that would have taken place prior to September. There's no information in place, and now we're speaking about billions that would have been spent in this time. So I think with those remarks, Chair, I'll sit down. Thank you.
Towards closure now, Honorable Khabo. Honorable Salza, you fine? Okay.
No, thanks, Chair. Just that earlier on, I did not want to stop you, because last time I checked, I was making a submission and you said that you'll give me a chance, but be it as it may. Chair, I just want to confirm what I said earlier on. We're expecting a lot from the entity. I mean, if the CEO is confirming that if there is no business idea in terms of what is it that is expected from the business, there is nothing that we can achieve. Chair, I would want to understand from the MTT recommendation, as much as we have noted that it has been there for the past 2 years. You look at the MTT implementation plan in terms of business and operation model is sitting at 0%. And it boils back to us having an institution or an entity that is able to fulfill its expectations. We are not going to achieve that, Chairperson. I mean, it's been more than 2 years we are sitting at 0%. The second part that I wanted to raise, on the MTT recommendation, they speak of Skills Development Act renewal. For it to have, for us to have a Schedule 3 entity, they are saying that there must be a process that must be followed. But in their report, they are not indicating as to how far is the legal process. Now, with that being said, Chairperson, I want to echo the statement that there's nothing that we're going to achieve from National Skills Fund. In fact, we are wasting government money. The next meeting that we need to have, and I'm of a view that we will continuously waste government money if we were to invest money in the new upcoming financial year in this entity. For as long as we don't have a board, there's nothing that we are going to achieve in that board. You cannot have a DG who's a referee and a player at the same time. That thing is wrong. This meeting must be noted that in the next meeting, we need to have a DG and a minister in this room so that we are able to get clarity. But also, part of the recommendation is that I would wish that we should not longer have an allocation to this NSF up until we've got systems in place. Because from where we are sitting, there's no value for money from what we are putting. And at the end of the day, we have been rendered useless as politicians. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Law.
No, thank you very much, Chair. We would have posed our questions, would have interacted with NSF ever since 2024. And I want to agree that one, we are not going to agree to process any report of NSF as this committee. Two, I want to echo the same sentiments that we need to look on to how the DG gets to get to account, and consequence management must unfold here in the committee. We must start to push that narrative in such a way that there's going to be accountability, because the compliance and malicious damage process where entities must come and go, when given the fact that they are aware that they must go to a house sitting, they will know the time will come up. It's not going to assist the people of South Africa. We are representing the aspirations of youth unemployed. We could have said it better that the social ills have confronted young people, and youth are expecting much on these entities, and much more of money have been sent, and there's been unspending, there's been irregular expenditures where we could have performed. What is concerning is the predetermined objectives. That means there's no strategy, and then that means that there's no honesty in terms of the entity. Because I can tell you, the turnaround, the ups and downs of employees of not being charged or charged tells you that there's truth to be told about to the employees, and there's been things that have been happening. I would want to agree again with Honorable Van der Walt. The SIU must come to party. We're meeting them on Friday. Our first submission, our first case should be to tell them how can they assist us with NSF, and we must look on to the issue of the DG time and again. This entity is not trying to improve. They are only improving in their thinking and in their submission of their presentation. But as we interact, we are getting worse and worse, and nothing is coming to party. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Law. CEO, you'll answer those questions in writing. Further to that, I want to send mine also. I want you to respond to them in writing. The Great Town and Bambanana projects. In your slides, you are saying they are partially completed, but you have submitted project closure reports, and those projects are on hold because finances are exhausted. One, how much was allocated for the construction of each of those two campuses? Two, what were the commencement and completion timelines for those projects? Three, what caused the depletions of the budgets before the completion of the projects? Four, how much will be required to complete the projects? And from NSF programs, will the budget variance for the completion of the project be effected? Five, what will be revised estimated timelines for the completion of those projects? On the, you are saying the EXCO, NSF EXCO, took a consolidated review and identified matters to improve the alignment with MTT recommendations and related matters, including financial operating model. You also said the organizational structure will be processed for the Director General and the Minister for consideration, and subsequently for the Department of Public Service and administration for concurrence. Question day one, given that you had planned this to take place in Q3 of 24-25, you'll correct if I'm wrong, if I'm saying Q3 of 24-25. Have you submitted the revised organizational structure for approval? If you have, when did you submit it? And has the revised organizational structure been approved? Did DPSA give concurrence of the revised organizational structure? If not, what was their response? You've also indicated that from ICT to all kinds, from ICT to HR, you have generally bargaining constraints in the system because of human resource. What kind of conversations have you had as the acting CEO with your board member, your board, which is the Director General, to make sure that the work of NSF is done? This you must bring alongside what members would have asked, and also the questions that, you know, the spreadsheet that we ask you to submit, because it's a big load that we're asking from you. Today is the 12th, 19th, so we'll ask you to submit them on the 26th. So we're giving you 2 weeks. When you submit on the 26th of February, please submit information we have asked for. We don't want history. You guys are good with history there. You are very good at NSF with history. You're just very good. You just start, you are like one university we met. We asked them, Honorable Shugaman, why are you taking these kids' master's degree? See, in 1981, we don't want 1981. This child was not born in 1981. So NSF has adopted that strategy of telling us history. We don't want history. We are just asking you, please give us these answers. ICT, the ERP system that you are saying you are using, is it in-house built, or you have procured it somewhere? If you have procured it somewhere, how much is it costing the entity? For how long? So what is the terms of that contract? Is it in-house, you know, phased in, or is it, is it outsourced, phased in for maybe 3-4 years, whatever the case? Or it's generally a system that you have procured outside, and you can't operate it once the contract has ended. And then tell us how much is it, and you said it will take 10 months for all functions to be done internally. We are going to monitor that part. You must indicate which, who's the service provider of that ERP, if it's outsourced, and the total cost and all of that. So yeah, so those CEO will be the questions that we're going to send to you. We do have minutes, members. Before we close our meeting, we must unfortunately ask them to give us those things to DDG. We will close, when we close our meeting, we're going to tell you how disappointed we are that there are certain questions we could not ask because there are no answers. The issue of consequence management, as it appears on the project, on the presentation, it's not a true reflection. Some of us, we don't live in heaven. We live here in South Africa with the the people on the ground. So we always tell you, when you bring a presentation, try by all means not to be economical with the truth. On consequence management there, it's a whole lot of non-truth, things that are not true there. And it's unfortunate that the people that were told could have answered us, who are dealing with this matter at HR, were not here. It's very disappointed. We will give you, we'll prepare you. Don't worry, now we don't like catching you out. We'll prepare you, we'll give you those answers. And I want to, you know, like when I started, I said, don't even try to lie to us about, you know, we did not get into Nexus, many of the issues that Nexus, because even your presentation, 167 pages, but you have not touched the core of what you must touch. You know, so we are, apart from the questions we've given you, CEO, we are going to send you some that you must present, that you must respond to properly. You know, when you write something, write it in English so that everybody can understand. Don't write as if you are writing a judgment of Judge Slope, Honorable Honorable Ngubane. We don't want the language that will not be understood by everybody. Write a language that is understood by all of us. You know, so that it's self-explanatory. Can I get the minutes, Sane? We have the minutes were emailed to you, members, the 4th of December. I'm going to check with you who has, the 4th of December, colleagues, we were meeting with you. Yeah. The last meeting of 2024. Yeah. We're meeting Mersita and Nesfas. Those are the minutes. Then obviously the AG had to be there. Anybody wants to correct the minutes? You want to correct them?
I just move to support that report.
Sorry, Honorable Maseko says no correction. She's moving for the adoption of the minutes. Honorable Law.
I second the adoption of the minutes as they are a true reflection of our meeting.
Thank you. And we have a report. There's a report of, because it was a BRRR process, the report was also emailed. You're coming back, CEO? Okay. There's a report of the BRRR with Mersita. That Mersita was a mess. With Mersita, NSFAS, and AGSA. Any correction to the report? Can I have somebody to move for the adoption of the Honorable Ngubane?
Chair, I will move for the adoption of that report.
And then will be supported by Honorable Maseko.
Honorable Maseko will support the proposal of Honorable Member Magubane.
Okay, Honorable Maseko. So, colleagues who have arrived at the conclusion of our meeting, I think it is clear to everybody that the National Skills Fund is not in a healthy position. The National Skills Fund leadership is not assisting us. The National Skills Fund has a huge role to play in the revival of the economy of this country. But the National Skills Fund leadership seems not to understand that part. I'm sure if we can go to put them in different rooms, the leadership at NSF, all of them, ask them the same question. Why do you think NSF exists? If there are 10, you'll get 10 different answers. I don't think there's synergy in terms of what is it that NSF is about at that institution. And if we have, at the leadership problem, if we have, at the leadership level, if we have such problems, then we can imagine the people that are supposed to report to management. It's not going to, they're not going to understand what this institution is supposed to achieve. So you can have the workshops, 5,000 of them, like I said, with those who are working at the initiation stage and implementing stage and all of that. You are not going to get it right, acting CEO, because not everybody, in fact, almost all of you don't understand why we have NSF. We don't. You know, I've not heard, you know, even when you do your presentation, you don't even put in the vision and mission, maybe to remind yourselves of what is the vision of this entity. I've not been to NSF offices, but I'm sure if I can go there, I'll not see banners everywhere with vision, so that, you know, when we put those things there, when this country adopted the Batupili principles, it was everywhere, so that people can understand this is the direction of this country. At this point in time, I don't know if at NSF we have a same vision. I don't know. So we have a serious problem at the National Skills Fund, acting CEO. And it starts with you guys at the very top. The MTT recommendations that we are dragging feet in implementing. Making it, you know, NSF is more than 4 billion entity. But it does not have governance, you know, sound governance structures and principles. We've heard from senior managers that the process of paying first tranche and second tranche is this one, but we are not following it. We've heard it from you, CFO. Senior management. And there's no consequence management at that level. So we're not going to have consequence management at any level if this ill discipline comes from the top. How you are losing credibility, CEO, as a CEO, when the CFO says to you, this is the process, but I'm not following it. And the explanation, which sounds like an excuse, is that we are doing this because these people kind of, you know how easy it is to open a bank account? Yeah? You know, they're saying to us, no, because they're in rural areas, it might take time to open a bank account. Do you know how easy it is? You bring, because it must be an NSF interest-bearing account. You bring your appointment letter with your documents. Probably then you nominate somebody in this company that is going to control. Then probably NSF must have somebody who's going to monitor. Then you go to on the same day. So the excuse that we're getting here, that, you know, because they're in rural areas, hey, excuses. It can't take, even if you were in, I don't know what is a deep rural area I can think of. Even if you were there, it can't take you one day to drive to arrive at the bank. You open a bank account. You guys are saying to us, these banks in South Africa are so slow, it will take 2 months, whatever, 5 months. So, you know, if we don't pay them here, the project will collapse. Yeah? A day, the project will collapse. It's not true. It's not true. We're not, you know, when we ask, when we listen to you, mara batho ba ba ikutlwa ba reng, kore, are they hearing themselves? Kore, sometimes you colleagues, when you respond to us, you probably think we're so dumb, we can't even simplify this thing that we are trying to do. Yeah? To open an account, the thing will collapse. The project will collapse, so we pay there. Huh? Then you don't follow up. The money is being used there. Then you say, Mamela, you can transfer it once you have opened the interest bearing. In the case that we've asked you specifically, Midire, CEO, you corrected me, saying 12 December, 13 December. You paid the first one 0707. 5 months later, the company address or the account that you paid to, it says they're Sandton. So you are saying this person in Sandton can open an interest-bearing account. Your excuse, colleagues, because you've paid, you know, when we tell you, we even know that acting CEO, the 3 approvals in order to pay that second tranche were done on the same day, on the 6th of December 2023. All of them approved. 6th of December, 3 approvals. And if you read what process must be, there's no way this person would have gone through the whole bunch of these documents that day. It's not possible. Because I just closed my notes, but on that particular, but it says this person must read, you know, go through those submissions from fresh. All of them, 6/06, 12/23. 7 days later, the money reflected on the other side. So, you colleagues there, there's a serious problem. I think, members, I agree with you. We must have a session with the minister, the ministry and the department about NSF. Because, you know, even this thing of paying, you are paying first tranche of, I think those people were paid, by the way, you paid them 11 million something on the 7th of July 2023. But their request letter, according to your thing there, they must go all of those things and send you a request letter for first tranche. Their first tranche was 8 million. You paid them 11. On that 7th of July, you paid them 11 million. They've requested 8. So sometimes when you tell your colleagues, when we ask you, please understand, we know. We know. You get here, you lie to us. And even when we know, when we warn you, you are lying to us. Because between that meeting of the 16th of October and the meeting of the 12th of February, you have lied to us. You have lied to us even on the answers that you wrote to us. The ones that I said we must do them this way. You can't continue to think you can lie in Parliament and get away with it. It's not going to happen. We are going to engage with the legal team of Parliament because we must make an example. Now I'm tired of you guys, honestly. We are going to take what you said on the 16th of October, what you've written to us, what you've said to us today. We are going to take it to legal to process your lies. We're tired. There are people, young people out there who last night slept without eating, who finished matric 3 years ago. You have not touched, you don't even know them. Lonala joker, you think you can just joke around. There are young girls who, because they had nothing, they could not do anything, ended up having a sugar daddies with big stomachs like that one of David, or bigger. Because they had nothing, they had no choice. When NSF was supposed to assist them, some of them are probably pregnant now, or they've got children, or worse, they're infected by an HIV and AIDS. And you colleagues think you can just come here and lie. NSF was not meant to enrich some people. It's not going to happen. It is supposed to skill, reskill, and upskill these unemployed and employed people of this country so that they are able to meaningfully contribute and participate in the mainstream economy. How do we do that? With so much money that we are unable to reach 30,000 artisans a year. And rona ra dlala gore go NSF ke di joke. It's not going to happen. So I agree, members. We must have a session with the minister. We will write to her latest tomorrow hour. Things can't be like this anymore. Things can't be. I don't know, this year, 31 March, the financial year is coming to an end. I don't know how many percentage would have reached. When 2021 MTT report, we have only reached 28%. We don't want to implement. There are certain things there on the MTT report that we don't want to implement. You can't be at 28% when there is progress. What progress? There's no progress. So we will have that meeting, members, with the department, the DG and the minister. Unfortunately, it's the purview of the president to appoint an SIU. It's not us. If it was us, I would ask for it yesterday. Because if, for an example, a company says the implementation plan, everything is here, learners, to recruit this number of learners and do all of this, I'll need 8 million. And then when you pay them 3 million, you are forcing us to believe that on that extra 3 million, you guys had Christmas or New Year's, I don't know, or both. Because why did you pay them more than they've asked for? What was the rationale? Huh? And then you wait for 13 December, it's probably a week before you go on holiday. But they've not complied. You don't have the documentations that you are supposed to have, but you go ahead and pay the second tranche. You are making it difficult for us to defend you. Huh? You are making it extremely difficult for us to believe that you are genuine here. So we must have that session with the minister. We will write to her tomorrow. Latest, we'll send her the letter tomorrow to convince her that she must approach the president for an SIU. The NSF is not going to help us. In fact, it's just going to depress us, because they don't understand what it means to sleep without food, or to wake up and you don't have a plan of what is going to happen the following or that day. Some of us understand. And we're not going to allow you, colleagues, trust me, to continue to abuse that institution. We're not going to allow you to abuse it. We have asked you for documentation, CEO. I've given you until the 26th of February. Please comply. Don't send us a document and then you say it was a draft, you send us a final one. We're giving you 2 weeks. Please comply. Give us the information we need. And even when you compile, you must go tell those colleagues that they are asking us these questions, they know the answers. We know them. But we want to help you fix this problem. Because if we don't help you, this thing is going to die. We must help you identify the problem so that we are able to fix it. That's the only reason we're doing this. So that it can function at its optimal, it can respond to all the challenges we have of this unemployment of our young people. Having said that, thank you very much for coming, even though you came with a team that could not help us. On consequence management, we're going to write to you. Respond to us honestly. That story of yours of 90 days, colleagues, is not there. You know, you don't have a policy that says, Honorable Khabo, once you have charged somebody, you can remove them and put them somewhere. What policy is that? And if it's not a policy, who determines these things? Because acting DG, you've got many people in the same skills development who are covered by the skills development in the CETAs and all of that, who, when they are charged, they are not placed in your department. What is special about others? Who makes that determination? Because if a person can just wake up and do it, it means we're opening a can of worms for corruption. Say, Honorable Ngubane, I was eating with you in that project. Because now we are caught on another project, let me move you from there. We'll charge you, we'll wait for 90 days to pass, then we'll place you in Khabo's office. That's how it looks like. Because others are charged, others go through the DC, others don't. 2 years, for in. Others go through a case, like they've written to us, oh, no, case of X, Y, and Z. It actually said. But labor relations did not release the verdict because they don't agree with it. That's why I was disappointed. I wanted those people of labor relations, because others will say this and others will say that. So when we ask you, give us the truth, you must give us the truth. Because in all honesty, most of the time we have documentation. When you ask you, comma, Arabama, we know the truth. We have documented. It's not rumors. It's something we've seen. Or DDG, was there an apple in that table when you entered? Or no, there was a banana. I have footage of you taking an apple. Footage. When or no, there was no apple, it was a banana. How do we trust you tomorrow? Because we've seen you on a footage. Then you are refusing. Having said that, colleagues, we will meet on Friday. We are meeting the SIU on Friday to give us a brief of all the cases they are engaged with in the sector. In the university space and TVET space, they are busy with a project called the Closeout Project. They've managed to recoup for the state about 1.7 billion rands from these institutions. And others, they are busy with other criminal investigations and other institutions. It looks like we're going to give them more work in the sector, because I think the next 3 years we must just dedicate to rooting out. You know, the NSF in its current format want to help us. We need a reformed NSF with the people with a certain mentality. So we might need to dedicate the next few years, colleagues, dealing with rooting out certain individuals. So having said that, we're due for the sitting at 2, the resumption of the State of the Nation Address debate. So this meeting is now adjourned. Yes, Honorable Souls.
Sorry, Chair, I've enjoyed your approach so much. I think it will be unbecoming of me to walk out of here and not say a thing. So I just want to say the conversation we had about the isolated issues around NSFAS, can we just state for the record that it will be something that we will look into as well? You said I should submit it to the Secretary.
Yeah, all members do submit to the Secretary if they've got, students have referred matters to them, submit to the Secretary, follows up with NSFAS, then he brings the feedback. Yeah, so the meeting is still urgent, colleagues. Thanks. It is on record of the record.